Chapter 718. Boom. It was an extremely dull sound. A hammer the size of a small mountain formed from pure black gas smashed into the monster's head, knocking it down from the sky. The great flood, which was still unwilling to let go. The huge hammer pressed down firmly and fell down like a meteor falling all the way. The whole sky suddenly fell down as if it was collapsing. The 10 great shamans, the 7 swords, and the left and right heavenly kings attacked together. All of a sudden, they moved everyone on the ground. The next moment, after the earth-shattering rumble, the big bird-like monster was smashed down to the top of the mountain by the Flood Witch's hammer. At this moment, the mountains that were tens of thousands of feet tall collapsed as if they were made of flour. The Flood Demon God's figure was still so dazzling in the center of the collapsing mountains, and the black smoke that filled the sky was still so eye-catching. The hammer continued to fall. It gave people a feeling that this hammer was going to smash through the earth. It wouldn't stop until it reached its goal. A shrill scream sounded. Who is it? 3 black lights rushed up against the current. The Flood, which let out a long scream. She used the 1,000 Souls Nightmare Hammer again and smashed the 3 black lights into pieces. A shadow flashed in the soaring black gas. A pair of eyes looked at the Flood Witch in the void for a second. Then it suddenly dissipated. The Flood Witch laughed. Ha ha ha, Kuin Pung. You also have a day like this. At this moment, the Flood, which was standing in a super big pit that was 700 to 800 meters deep and 10,000 meters wide. She laughed wildly. The 1,000-feet-high mountain and the surrounding mountains were completely destroyed by her hammer. The residual force even smashed the ground into a big lake. It was really destroying the world and rebuilding the universe. Under her feet was an extremely huge demonic beast. It was shaped like a big fish but had wings. At this moment, the body of this huge demonic beast was slowly turning into flowing light and dissipating bit by bit. The Fire Witch jumped up in surprise. Big brother, is it Kuin Pung? Did he die? The Flood Witch shook her head and said, Don't be so optimistic. It's just a strand of Kuin Peng's primordial spirit. It's worlds apart from his true body. Hearing this, the great Fire Witch's expression turned to disappointment, and he said, Oh. Looking at the huge demonic beast that was slowly melting in the big pit, the great Fire Witch said, What could be left behind? The Flood, which was also paying attention. She said indifferently, A monster core must have been left behind. After all, this is where his primordial spirit resides. After being trapped in this palace for so many years, it's only right for him to cultivate a new monster core. It's a pity that it's not the Kuin Peng's true body. The Ice Nether Witch said bitterly. The Flood Witch snorted. She kept silent for a while, and then said in a low voice, If this is the real Kuin Peng, then the one lying down here is me. After a while, the Kuin Peng completely turned into light spots and disappeared. Only an egg-sized bead was left behind. It was black and full of cracks. It actually self-destructed. The Flood Witch waved her hand and took in her hand. She couldn't help but sigh. If it self-destructed, it was already a waste. She couldn't get any aura of the Kuin Peng from it. In midair, the majestic gate still existed. But after the Kuin Peng rushed out, it quietly closed. Let them try and see if they can reopen the gate without damaging it. The Flood Witch said indifferently, This gate is made of primordial gold crystal. If the gate is damaged, I'm afraid the location will only be clearer. Of course, he could directly smash it with a hammer. But the result of doing so was equivalent to providing a more obvious coordinate for the continent of the Demon Alliance that was wandering in the starry sky. After listening to the Flood Witch's instructions, countless masters of the 3 continents flew up neatly. They stood in midair and looked at the huge pit on the ground. They were all in a daze. This was the real combat power of the Flood Witch. With just one hammer, she directly smashed the highest mountain within a radius of 10,000 miles into a lake. All the people who had encountered the Flood Great Magus on the battlefield were drenched in cold sweat. Even the Emperor Zhai Xing's eyes were twitching when he looked at the lake. Father, Yu Dongtian came over. Can you take this hammer? Bang! Udontion covered his butt with his hands and rolled away, but he was directly beaten up by the furious monarch Zhai Xing. Facing his son's question, the Emperor Zhai Xing didn't want to say anything other than beating him up. The situation of the continent has changed. The flood which stood with her hands behind her back. She looked at the 7 swords of the Tao League and the leader of the astral souls and said indifferently, "Next, I'm afraid we have to pan for gold. Otherwise, we'll all die." The people in charge of the 2 continents didn't say anything with a dark expression. The flood which said indifferently, "Our current combat power is too weak, whether it's you or us." She turned her head. "Lay Dao, your Tao League opened heavenly wind and guided the vitality of the 9 heavens back to the continent. Is there a problem?" Lay Dao's expression was unusually ugly. He was speechless for a long time. The flood which snorted and said to the Emperor Zhai Xing, "Tell that bastard to end it quickly and come back quickly. This matter can't be settled without him." Fire Shaman hurriedly said, "Boss, Zhuo is now in Fenghai City. His son will have a parent-teacher conference in a few days. He's here for the parent-teacher conference." The flood which slowly frowned. She twisted her neck and looked at Fire Shaman with a strange gaze. Fire Shaman quietly stepped back and shrunk his neck. "I didn't do it on purpose. I just had a meal with him the night before yesterday. That's all." Boom! The soul-stirring hammer from before appeared brazenly again. In front of everyone, it hammered Fire Shaman from the top of his head to his heel. He was directly smashed into a thin piece of paper on the ground. Looking at the color, it was exceptionally bright. It was even brighter than the aluminum alloy that was just forged. This time, it was really not fake. It was a real hammering without mercy. The aluminum alloy rolled up, and then a raging fire rushed out. After burning for a while, the fire grew bigger and bigger. Fire Shaman's figure had already appeared in the fire. Fire Shaman was after all one of the 12 shamans. It was one thing to be hammered flat, but it was not to say that he would die. His fire essence restoration technique was not beyond the law of life and death, but it could deal with this situation. In fact, it was not the first time that he was hammered flat. Otherwise, the other shamans would have come forward to stop it. When the great witch of the great, 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 witch of the great witch, then it was another aluminum alloy piece. "Boss, please spare my life." Fire Shaman's wife saw this situation and completely panicked. She looked like she was going to beat him to death. Under normal circumstances, the flood, which gave Fire Shaman 1 hit, and all her anger disappeared. But 2 hits in a row was unprecedented. Once or twice, there was still room for recovery. However, the Raging Fire Wizard's Raging Fire Elemental Recovery technique was not without a price. Every time he used it, he would consume a large amount of his own vital energy. He could only use it 3 times in a short period of time at most. If he was hammered a few more times, he would still have to give up and die. Fire Shaman's wife grabbed the Flood Witch's hand with tears in her eyes. "Boss, please spare my life." Humph! The Flood Witch's face was livid. She flicked her sleeves and left. "When he recovers, the 4 of you come to me." Isabish Shaman and Dan Kong Shaman looked as if they had lost their parents. Fire Shaman, this bastard, was really deceiving them. Boss wanted to find Zwa, and you still said that? Without your words, he couldn't find him? When he found him himself, he could still watch the show, right? In the end, you fucking came to take credit and even tricked me. You fucking fire. You were a little depraved. Now, the door of the relic had appeared. Next, the Heavenly King of the Right personally sat by the door. The craftsmen and mechanism masters of the 3 families began to study it. The Heavenly King of the Right stood by the door. He looked calm and collected, but in fact, he was quite nervous. If the Kuan Peng that came out just now really fought with him, he probably couldn't defeat him. He might even be killed by him. Fortunately, the Great Flood, which took action and killed him. It seemed that the Great Flood Witch's strength was indeed much stronger than before when she returned. Now, he just didn't know if there were other hidden demons in the door. If there were, how strong were they? He prayed to God that there wouldn't be another one with such terrifying strength. But the current position was snatched by him. Now, he had to pretend that he didn't care at all. His face was full of confidence. It seemed that even if Dong Wang came out, he could kick him back. The king of Zhuelu wanted to come, but he was driven back by Yu Dong Tian with disdain. Can you be stronger than me? Go back. Now, Yu Dong Tian was standing by the door with his arms crossed and a smug face. He wants to fight with me? All the credit is mine. Why do you want to fight with me? On the other side, the leaders of the three families were having a meeting. There was no need to make any agreement, but everyone's face was solemn, as if a storm was coming. They came to explore the relic with hope. The relic did appear as expected, but it was the relic of the demon race. Moreover, the Kuan-Peng's primordial spirit appeared. It could be said that the situation had taken a turn for the worse. If there was anything else inside, the situation would continue to worsen. Even if there were no other demons in the relic, there was still one thing that could be confirmed. This relic had triggered the sound of Dong Huang's bell. It was equivalent to setting up a coordinate. It was believed that the Demon Alliance would return from the vast starry sky in a few years. This matter was like a huge rock that pressed down on everyone's hearts. Fenghai, Hidden Dragonheim Martial Arts Villa District. Zhuo Changlu and Wu Yuding were comfortably basking in the sun in the courtyard. Grandma Sure was also sitting with them, chatting cheerfully. Grandma Sure did not know who they were. She only knew that they were Zhuo Xiaoduo's parents. She could not help but feel a little strange. How did such an elegant and graceful couple raise a frisky monkey? Zhuo Xiaoduo was chatting with Zhuo Xiaoyan. Yesterday, Zhuo Xiaoduo sneaked into Zhuo Xiaoyan's room to chat in the middle of the night. He shamelessly refused to leave and even wanted to crawl under the covers. Therefore, he was violently beaten out. Until now, his eyes were still swollen. That's too cruel. Zhuo Xiaoduo felt wronged as he covered his face with a hot towel. I just wanted to chat. I didn't want to do anything else. Chapter 719. Zhuo Xiaoyan was still angry. Her face was cold. Like hell, I believe you. Puppy, you're up to no good. No matter what, we're still engaged. So Xiaoduo muttered, let's not talk about the mosaic, but isn't it normal to kiss, hug, and touch each other? Now you won't even let me touch your hands. It's better than before. Zhuo Xiaoduo felt wronged. He felt wronged. Zhuo Xiaoyan was furious. I've watched you grow up. How can I not know this guy's temper? You can't let him go. You can't let him go. He's always been a pushover. He said he'd only touch her hands, but as long as you let him go, he'll slowly take his way to the last step for this goal. He'll slowly spend days and nights with you, without sleep. The only correct way to deal with it was to guard against it to the bitter end, and never change one's attitude, and deal with the myriad of changes by sticking to the status quo. So Xiaoduo pouted, I'll just touch your hands, just a touch. A touch. A touch. I'll just touch. That's enough. Zhuo Xiaoyan's expression was cold. She crossed her arms and raised her chin, watching him act. Anyway, no matter what you ask for, there's only one word. No chance. Zhuo Xiaoduo, who had been struggling for a long time, finally gave up. He rolled his eyes and said, Nian Nian cat. Your look-preserving pill. What did you call me? Zhuo Xiaoyan's face suddenly became serious, and a layer of frost was scraped off. Sister Nian Nian. Zhuo Xiaoduo's face was sweet. Your look-preserving pill. You haven't eaten it yet, right? Zhuo Xiaoduo asked. Why? Zhuo Xiaoyan obviously hadn't eaten it yet. She always felt that she wasn't at the most perfect stage, so how could she eat it so easily? That's good. Aren't we going to drink the Jiuxiao Spirit Spring tonight? Zhuo Xiaoduo said sneakily. The Spirit Spring is not ready yet. I need to consolidate it. Zhuo Xiaoyan frowned. What was this brat trying to do? I have something good here. Zhuo Xiaoduo took out his precious purified jade lotus. These flowers are so beautiful. Zhuo Xiaoyan's eyes lit up. This is food. This thing is called purified jade lotus. Zhuo Xiaoduo chuckled and leaned over. He lowered his voice and winked. I heard that if you eat this, you won't even stink when you poop. Bang! Zhuo Xiaoduo was sent flying by the kick. Zhuo Xiaoyan blushed and glared at Zhuo Xiaoduo angrily. She lowered her voice and growled. Don't you feel guilty saying such things in front of such a beautiful fairy? I'm telling the truth, so Xiaoduo cried out, feeling wronged. If you don't believe me, you can ask Mom and Dad. Humph. So Xiaonian held the flower and couldn't bear to put it down. So Xiaoduo brought up the information about the purified jade lotus. Take a look. This purified jade lotus is suitable for unmarried women. After eating it, it cleanses the internal organs, translucent meridians, smooth skin, and jade bones, untainted by the mortal world. For the rest of her life, there will be no odor. For the rest of her life, she will be clean and elegant. Her heart will be exquisite and full of agility. Her astral souls will be ice and fire, a perfect universe. So Xiaoduo read it out loud and said, Do you think I'm lying to you? If it's not the best thing, why would I give it to you? So Xiaonian believed him, but she still couldn't bear to eat the purified jade lotus. So Xiaoduo looked at her eagerly and urged, Eat it. You go out first. I'm not going out. I won't watch you eat it. I brought it to you. Don't I have the right to watch you eat it? So Xiaoduo acted shamelessly. Umph. So Xiaonian stood up and grabbed Xiaoduo by the back of his neck. Then she threw him out of the room as if he was a puppy and locked the door. Who knew what kind of filth would be forced out of her body after eating this thing? This guy actually wanted to watch her eat it. He really didn't know what was good for him. I'm a pure and innocent little fairy. How could I let you watch me make a fool of myself? So Xiaoduo pleaded outside the door. Let me in. Let me in. I want to take a look. Zhuo Xiaonian turned a deaf ear to his pleas. She made sure that the door was locked, closed the windows, and drew the curtains to make sure that it was tight. Then, she changed into a set of loose clothes. He poured out a large cup of spiritual water and carefully ate the purified jade lotus piece by piece. This thing was an irresistible temptation for women. Even Zhuo Xiaonian was no exception. After eating the whole purified jade lotus, Zhuo Xiaonian circulated her energy throughout her body. She cherished this precious medicinal power and spread it to every corner of her meridians. Every drop of it melted, leaving nothing behind. Of course, every part of her body had to be nourished. After this continued for an hour, she could clearly feel that all the pores on her body were oozing out tiny bits of something, like sweat dripping out bit by bit. This process lasted for an hour. So Xiaonian only felt that her body was covered with a layer of cuticles. But her skin clearly felt smoother and tighter. Even some of the sweat pores that could be seen on her body had almost disappeared. In fact, they were still there, but they were almost invisible to the naked eye. The first thing she did was to rush into the bathroom and wash her body. She scrubbed every inch of her body carefully. After making sure that the layer of cuticles was completely removed, so Xiaonian touched her own skin. She couldn't help but feel that she couldn't take her hands off her own skin. That feeling was simply like the most expensive, warm, and delicate porcelain that her hair was dripping with water. She walked naked to the mirror in the bathroom and looked at herself carefully. She was stunned by the beautiful woman in the mirror. Her face was slightly red and her skin was smooth and delicate. So beautiful. Zhuo Xiaonian instinctively judged that this moment was probably the most beautiful and youthful moment of her life. It was time to take the look-preserving pill, but she thought that it was still not safe. She called Wu Yuding and said, Mom, come up. That voice was unprecedentedly sweet. Wu Yuding, who didn't know what was going on, hurried up. As soon as she went upstairs, she saw Zhuo Xiaoduo sneakily sticking his ear to the crack of the door. His ear was almost stuck in the crack of the door. Doggy! Wu Yuding was furious. What are you doing? So Xiaoduo didn't say anything and disappeared with a whoosh. Wu Yuding sighed. This son, if he got married, it wouldn't be difficult for her and her husband to realize their dream of having 2 grandchildren in 3 years. If no one urged him, he would be able to stay in bed until he was old after getting married. That she knocked on the door. Nina, her mom is here. Zhuo Xiaonian's voice came from inside. Is Doggy still at the door? I chased him away. Zhuo Xiaonian was relieved. She put on a loose bathrobe and hurried to open the door. Then, she invited her mother in and locked the door. What's the matter? Mom, I think it's time to take the look-preserving pill. Zhuo Xiaonian looked shy. Hmm. Wu Yuting was stunned. Zhuo Xiaoyan was 21 years old this year. This was the most beautiful age for a woman. Everything was pure and natural. It wasn't the kind of appearance that one would maintain when one's cultivation reached a high level. At this time, it was the time for a lotus to emerge from the clear water. Most women with high cultivation had to use their vitality to adjust their bodies. Do you think it's time? Wu Yuting asked. Yes, it's time. Zhuo Xiaoyan rolled up the sleeves of her bathrobe and showed Wu Yuting her arms. So beautiful. Even though they were both women, Wu Yuting couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Her face was full of envy. This kind of skin was pure and natural. What about the other parts? Wu Yuting asked. Take them all off. Let me see if there's anything imperfect. I'll be here to help you adjust it. Zhuo Xiaoyan pulled her clothes and blushed. All of them? Wu Yuting laughed. I'm your mother. What are you afraid of? Zhuo Xiaoyan pouted and said, but you're also my mother-in-law. Now I feel like you're checking the goods for your son. Checking the goods? Wu Yuting was shocked by this word. She never thought that her daughter, who had always been reserved, would say such a thing. After thinking carefully, she couldn't help but laugh. Then she said, well, whether it's a mother checking her daughter's goods or a mother-in-law checking the goods for her son, I have to take a look, right? How can I know if it's really perfect if I don't take a look? Besides, didn't you ask me to come up here so that I can help you take a look and give you advice? Zhuo Xiaoyan rolled her eyes and snorted. She said proudly, fine, I'll take a look. Then she took off all of her clothes. Wu Yuting subconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva when she caught sight of it. Her daughter's body was really the pinnacle of a woman's body. She didn't look like the plump type, nor was she the skinny type. She was perfect from top to bottom. Every part of her body was in the golden ratio. There were no flaws. When she stood in front of her, she was really the synonym of perfection. She couldn't find a single flaw. It's already perfect. I'm so jealous, Nian. Wu Yuting sighed and praised. Nian, your body. The only bad thing is that your waist is too thin. It makes your butt look big. So Xiaoyan shyly covered her but with the back of her hand and said, isn't this a good thing? For men, it is. Wu Yuting swallowed the second half of her sentence and said, your chest is less than D, right? C+. It should be. Zhuo Xiaoyan was a little distressed. She said, that's why I want to use the look-preserving pill. If it grows any longer, it will be too big. Too much is as bad as not enough. Wu Yuting laughed and said, yes, I feel the same way. She thought for a moment. She had originally prepared something for another family banquet. She wanted to give it to her daughter so that she could use the look-preserving pill. However, on second thought, Zhuo Xiaoyan's current state had already reached the pinnacle of beauty in the world. No matter how much she wanted to add flowers to brocade, it couldn't compare to the girl's mentality of, I am the most beautiful person in my life. Then take it. Wu Yuting gently rubbed her daughter's chest, causing Zhuo Xiaoyan to scream. Then she smiled and said, okay, I've checked the good for my son. It feels really good. Chapter 720. Zhuo Xiaoyan pouted and threw herself into Wu Yuting's arms. Until Wu Yuting admitted that Zhuo Xiaoduo was her son-in-law, she was the real one. She was just checking her daughter's body. She finally gave up with a red face. Then, she took out the look-preserving pill and threw it into her mouth without any hesitation. In the next moment, a wave of dreamy, illusory, yet real smoke quietly rose. Wu Yuting had the urge to sigh. She felt as if she had witnessed history. From now on, there might not be another woman as beautiful as Zhuo Xiaoyan in the whole world. Now, she had her parents by her side. Her family was complete. She had just found a partner in love. She was in the best mood of a young girl. At this moment, Zhuo Xiaoyan could be said to have nothing more to ask for in this life. She was complete. Therefore, this was the best time. At that time, when the war broke out and the Demon Alliance returned, the whole world would be in trouble. Her daughter's mood would not be as peaceful as it was now. It's really the best choice now, Wu Yuting said quietly. During lunch, Zhuo Xiaoyan changed into her white muslin dress again. She walked down the stairs gracefully. Her face was glowing. That kind of extreme beauty made Zhuo Changlu a little stunned. Is this the little brat that I raised with my feces and urine? Zhuo Changlu pretended to be shocked. At this moment, his emotions were half real and half fake. He was really amazed, but he was pretending to be teasing. Dad! Zhuo Xiaoyan pursed her lips coquettishly. Zhuo Xiaoduo, on the other hand, was stunned. He sat there like a dumb goose, a long line of tears at the corner of his mouth that the so-called drooling was probably nothing more than this. Damn it! Zhuo Xiaoyan was furious. Oh! Zhuo Xiaoduo suddenly jumped up as if he had just woken up from a dream. The tears at the corner of his mouth drew a bright arc as he jumped up and fell to the dust. It was a pity that the three of them did not record it as a memento. Otherwise, it would be a dark history that would never be erased. Haha. After lunch, Zhuo Changlu moved a deck chair to the balcony on the third floor to read, as usual. Wu Ying took a nap on the other deck chair. At this moment, the two of them had let go of their worries and enjoyed the little peace and quiet that could be counted with one's fingers. He even looked very lazy. It was as if he had no more desires. Zhuo Xiaoduo followed behind Zhuo Xiaoyan like a shadow. He tried his best to find a way to take advantage of her. Zhuo Xiaoyan was in a happy and beautiful mood. She did not care about him, but she did not let him touch her. She vividly acted out the saying that the best thing was not to have it. The two of them strolled on the lawn of the villa. Zhuo Xiaoyan walked fast and slow, while Zhuo Xiaoduo followed behind her with a silly smile on his face. Occasionally, he would jump and sway with each step. Grandma Sure was at the door, peeling a few cloves of garlic in her hands. She was the only one who had the fate to witness the scene. Under the sunshine, the tall and straight young man and girl were chasing each other, laughing and playing. Their whole body was bathed in the warm sunshine, overflowing with happiness and sweetness from inside out. God bless them. Bless them for a lifetime of peace and joy. Bless this happiness and accompany them until they grow old, until eternity. Grandma Sure's face was full of benevolence. That's great. In the afternoon, Zhuo Xiaoyan said that she wanted to rest, so she directly shut Zhuo Xiaoduo outside the door. After being unhappy for a while, Zhuo Xiaoduo finally remembered the important matter. He quickly entered the Tower of Destruction to take a look. But once he entered, Zhuo Xiaoduo was stunned. Is this still my Tower of Destruction? The entire space of the Tower of Emptiness was boundless at first glance. There was a huge mountain at the other end of the tower. It was lush and verdant, and above it, there was a small patch of blue sky. It made Zhuo Xiaoduo feel that this space has transformed into a Xiao world. Xiaolong had just moved 1/3 of the earth vein back. He saw the changes of the Tower of Destruction earlier than Zhuo Xiaoduo. He was somersaulting in the air excitedly. It seemed that such a change was a pleasant surprise for him. That's great. That's incredible. Boss, where did you get this good stuff from? Xiaolong was so excited that its dragon eyeballs were bouncing up and down outside of its eye sockets. It scurried in front of Zhuo Xiaoduo and said, Boss, you could do more of this. Do it 10 times, 8 times, 1,000 times. You're so happy. So Xiaoduo rolled his eyes and said, My whole family mobilized and worked together to extort half a tael. You can continue to mobilize and extort. Xiaolong flew up and down in high spirits and said, Since the other party can give us half a tael, he must have more. It's best to get all of them. The more, the better. We won't refuse anyone. This sentence is quite reasonable. So Xiaoduo could not help but ponder. Kong Xiaodan should have more, right? But how could he get more? At least for a short period of time, there should be no chance. Previously, it was his mother who opened her mouth and dug out half a tael. At that time, he was already heartbroken. But at that time, he did not know that this thing would be so helpful to the Tower of Destruction. Wait for me to find a chance to work harder. Kong Xiaodan probably suppressed his cultivation level like Bing Xiaobing. His real cultivation level is probably much higher than mine. But it doesn't matter. I'll work hard to cultivate. When I reach Huayun, I'll deal with him. Stop. Don't move. This is a robbery. Hand over the space soil. Waha. So Xiaoduo could not help but laugh wildly when he thought of the bright future. He did not know that Kong Xiaodan's real identity was Witch Dan Kong. Witch Dan Kong gave out half a tael of the space soil because he knew that Zhuo did not have the ability to open up the space by himself. This half a tael of the space soil could only be stored in the space ring to collect dust. It was impossible for him to use it. In fact, whether it was Witch Dan Kong or Wu Yuding, no one expected that Zhuo would have the Tower of Destruction. Moreover, it was a complete version of the Tower of Destruction that could change the flow of time. Combined with the space soil, it produced an amazing effect in an instant. The origin of the Tower of Destruction was to remember the blood feud created by Witch Dan Kong. However, the great Witch Dan Kong had perfected the Tower of Destruction without his knowledge, who said that there was no fixed number of things. But this complicated relationship, whether it was Witch Dan Kong, Wu Yuding, or Zhuo, none of them knew everything. None of them knew everything. Zhuo admired the current state of the Tower of Destruction for a moment. Then he turned to Mr. Sun and used the fastest speed to put the Astral Soul's jade powder that filled the whole field into the Tower of Destruction. As the internal space of the Tower of Destruction increased, the demand for the Astral Soul's jade powder would only increase. It took him less than half an hour to bring it back. When he came back, Zhuo asked Xiaoduo, "What did you do?" Xiaoduo was satisfied and told his father directly, "I went to collect some powder of the Astral Soul's jade powder after cultivation." "What's the use of that stuff?" Zhuo humbly asked for advice. "It's for the space." Xiaoduo said, "The mountain in my space is made up of the Astral Soul's jade powder. Without a lot of Astral Soul's jade powder as nutrients, the space in my space would not be like this." Zhuo followed his son into the Tower of Destruction again. He was also shocked by the transformation of the Tower of Destruction. "Your space has changed so much. Other than the effect of half a liter of space soil, are you sure it's the effect of the Astral Soul's jade powder?" "Yes. In fact, the first opportunity for the transformation of the Tower of Destruction was the Astral Soul's jade powder that I collected by chance. Of course, the main reason for the transformation now is not the Astral Soul's jade powder." Xiaoduo was not guarded against Zhuo. He was afraid that his father would misunderstand. After thinking for a while, he told him everything, because the biggest difference in my space is that there's a luck dragon in my space. The transformation of the space, the rise and fall of the mountain, and so on are mostly caused by it. Luck dragon? Even with Zhuo's transcendent state of mind, he began to stutter. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He knew about the so-called Dragon of Destiny, but this kind of thing had always only existed in legends. He had never heard of such a thing in reality. "You mean that the luck dragon moved the remnants of the dragon vein in here, and then it caused the current situation?" "Yes." After Zhuo understood the whole story, he was silent for a long time. Then, he returned to his room and made a phone call. "Yinduo, bring your spatial extermination pagoda and come over." "Oh yes, send an order to all the states in the world to move all the powders of the Astral Soul's jade powder to Fenghai. This has to be done in secret. Don't let anyone know that I'm using it, and don't let anyone know that you're using it. Just bring it over. Open up a large area outside the city to store the powders. Remember, it's the purest Astral Soul's jade powder. There can't be any impurities. Do it as soon as possible." "Yes." Bai Yunduo was confused when she received the order. However, the execution of the order was flawless. She started to act immediately. With one order, all the experts from S.H.I.E.L.D., the military, and the Nine Heavens Pavilion moved at the same time. The more, the better. The faster, the better. There can't be any impurities mixed in. Send it to me in Fenghai by tomorrow afternoon at the latest. I want to see the first batch tomorrow morning. I want to see millions of tons of pure powder by tomorrow afternoon. Don't let anyone know that it's my request. Confidentiality level SSS. Those who leak it will be killed without mercy." With one order, the entire Yinwu Empire fell into a state of chaos. People were shouting, and horses were shouting, and dogs were jumping over walls. Many influential people in the various cities rushed out of their houses and issued orders as if their butts were on fire. All the space rings with large storage space were collected. Like a bomb, they rushed to all parts of the city, especially the various universities, requesting monthly votes, requesting recommendation votes. Chapter 721. Shangjing City. The experts from the top few levels of the Nine Heavens Pavilion were also on the move. In less than half an hour, there were already experts rushing toward Fenghai with a lot of space rings. An hour later, there were also experts from all over the place. 3 hours later, the second batch was also on the way. 6 hours later, the third batch set off with even more space rings. By midnight, there were 6 batches of experts on the way to Fenghai from all over the place. Those who came later stopped collecting space rings in remote areas because they could not make it in time. However, there were still batches of people setting off from areas that were relatively close to Fenghai. Bai Yunduo left the Starry Mountain Range team and went to an open area thousands of miles away by herself. She directly took action and flattened a large area. Then, she propped up a small canopy, which was enough to avoid most of the covetous and peeping eyes. Such a small matter was nothing to a mighty figure like her. As for the rest, they could only wait quietly and observe the changes in the situation. In the afternoon, Xiao Duo pulled Zhou Xiaoyan into the Tower of Annihilation. "What is this place?" "Dog, this place is not bad," Zhou Xiaoyan praised. "In order to defeat you, I have to put you into 365 different positions. So, I specially opened up this space." "How thoughtful, right?" Zhou Xiaoduo laughed, his face full of mischief. "Dog," Zhou Xiaoyan exploded on the spot. Come and beat me up." Zhou Xiaoduo laughed heartily with unprecedented arrogance. He flipped over and swung his hand, taking out the 9-9 cat hammer. He assumed a majestic and heroic posture. "Missing cat, I won't show you any mercy. Watch me use my 9-9 cat hammer to completely subdue you, missing cat." Zhou Xiaoyan gritted her teeth and rushed over. "Little dog, I will beat you to death." "Wait." Zhou Xiaoduo immediately stopped her. "No problem, but let's make things clear first. What if you lose to me? What do you think? You will wear a cat-eared maid costume and dance for me with a cat tail. You don't dare. All right, no problem, it's a deal. But if you lose, you have to wear a dog-eared hat, and you're not allowed to speak until midnight. Even if you want to speak, you can only bark." "No problem, it's settled then." So Xiaoduo laughed arrogantly. "Yin Yin cat, take my hammer. Get ready to dance." When Li Qinglong came back from school at dusk, he immediately saw Baswa wearing a dog-eared hat that he had bought at some point. One of his ears was standing straight, while the other was drooping halfway down. His expression was unusually dejected, and his spirit was even more dispirited. His head drooped listlessly. It was an expression that would make people cry when they heard it. "Boss, what are you doing?" Li Qinglong almost burst out laughing. Wasn't this dog-eared hat a little too big? From afar, it looked like a husky squatting there. Moreover, it was a husky that had lost a battle and was dejected. "Woof, woof, woof," so Xiaoduo barked. Li Qinglong's eyeballs almost popped out. "What the fuck? Boss, are you doing performance art?" "Woof, woof, woof." Zhou Xiaoduo's eyes were full of resentment. "Ha ha ha." Li Qinglong laughed so hard that he almost peed himself. Zhou Xiaoduo turned around and walked into the living room. Li Qinglong followed him as he stealthily took out his phone and prepared to record. Today, when he went to school, Li Qinglong suffered an unprecedented beating from the whole class. All the students of Class 1 who had been fooled were furious. Even Pai Yibao, who had restrained his aura and was becoming less and less noticeable, was furious and rushed up to beat him up. "You cheated us of our red packets, and turn off your phone." With Meng Zhongjun and Xiang Chong in the lead, all of them charged forward with the momentum of a battlefield, pressing down on Li Qinglong without any regard for their own safety. This beating was really enough to make the sky change color and the sun and moon dim. The most direct result of this was that Li Qinglong was lying in the long-awaited nourishment cabin. At the same time, Li Qinglong was still in a state of shock until the afternoon. Even his legs were trembling. So I had the ability to suppress the whole class by himself. What great ability. But I don't think I have it yet. It's too early to be reckless. This was Li Chenglong's realization after being beaten up. However, when Zhuo Xiaoyan came out, Li Chenglong, who had already seen her once last night, was shocked again. The thought of taking a picture was thrown away in an instant. Such a beauty! How could a picture capture her charm? Moreover, it was blasphemy to a beauty. Little brother, you must be Li Chenglong. Zhuo Xiaoyan had seen Li Chenglong before, but they had only met face to face, and they had not seen each other in their original appearance. He did not want to expose Li Chenglong at this moment, or he would have to spend more time explaining. Yes, yes. Li Chenglong stuttered. I'm too nervous. I saw a fairy today. He hurriedly turned to Zhuo Xiaoduo, meaning, introduce her to me. Woof, 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 woof. Zhuo Xiaoduo glared at him. Li Chenglong was stunned. All right, I've removed your ban. Zhuo Xiaoyan laughed so hard that she held her stomach. Woof, woof, woof. Zhuo Xiaoduo was not going to let it go. A real man must be willing to accept his loss. I must bark until midnight. Actually, what he was most worried about was that it might not be a good thing for his ban to be lifted so easily. What if Nian Nian Cat lost in the future and went back on her word? Therefore, Zhuo Xiaoduo would never agree to cancel this agreement, even if he was beaten to death. Woof, woof, woof. Zhuo Xiaoduo grimaced. Nian Nian Cat, I must make you dance for me. I must see you dance in a cat-eared maid costume. I'm willing to bark like a dog for a day. So what? How can I give you a reason to go back on your word? You're underestimating your husband. What if one day I win, and you say, you've lost so many times before, how many times have you really completed the bet? Then I'll give you the answer. Won't I be dumbfounded on the spot? This has been my greatest wish for so many years. Zhuo Xiaoyan was smart enough to understand instantly. This bastard, he doesn't want to give me a chance to go back on my word? Isn't he sure that I'll be able to subdue him? She was so angry that she twisted her body and ignored him. Chenglong, sit down. We'll eat in a while. Invite Grandma Sure over and let's eat together, Wu Yuding said. Okay. Li Chenglong ran out like a puff of smoke. He stayed in the room for a while, but he felt so nervous that he could die. He couldn't stay calm under such a peerless beauty, even if I'm the Iron Order's leader. I'm not blind. At night, the six of them had a meal together. Zhuo Xiaoduo was still barking, so he tried not to talk and buried his head in the food. Wu Yuding introduced solemnly, Sister-in-law Sure, this is Xiaoduo's wife. Do you like her? Grandma Sure didn't care whether Wu Yuding called her sister-in-law or something else. She didn't know how much she had taken advantage of her. She smiled warmly and said with satisfaction, very good, very satisfied, very satisfied. 3 varies in a row showed that Grandma Sure was in a good mood and was happy to see it happen. Zhuo Xiaoyan lowered her head shyly. This was the first time she was introduced as Xiaoduo's wife. Her mood was very strange, and she stole glances at Zhuo Xiaoduo from time to time. Zhuo Xiaoduo was looking up at her. When he saw Zhuo Xiaoyan looking at him, he said with a puzzled expression, woof, woof, woof. Li Chenglong and Zhuo Xiaoduo both had vegetable soup on their faces. Grandma Sure couldn't help but spit on Li Chenglong's face. Zhuo Xiaoyan didn't waste any of her saliva on Zhuo Xiaoduo's face. What's wrong? Cough, cough, cough. Grandma Sure couldn't help but choke. We made a bet that we would win if we fought. If he lost, he would bark like a dog until midnight. Zhuo Xiaoyan smiled. Now, you know whether he won or lost. Ha ha ha. Li Chenglong secretly aimed his phone at Zhuo Xiaoduo. Although he was embarrassed to take a picture of Zhuo Xiaoyan, he didn't feel guilty about taking a picture of Zhuo. This kind of dark history of Zhuo was not common, especially when it was an exclusive punishment. How could he not take a picture of it? Zhuo Xiaoduo was glaring at Zhuo Xiaoyan, so he didn't notice the swelling. Class monitor Zhuo, when you went to class today, everyone asked when you were going to school. Woof, 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 woof. Zhuo Xiaoduo winked and gestured. I'll go tomorrow. Don't ask, I can't talk now. Class monitor Zhuo, Mr. Wen said he has something to talk to you about. I don't know what it is. Why don't you give him a call later? Woof, woof, woof. Woof, woof. Class monitor Zhuo, what are you doing? Woof, woof. A woof. Zhuo Xiaoduo bit over. This guy obviously had an ulterior motive. So Xiaoduo couldn't see that Li Chenglong had taken out his phone and was typing on it. Even though Xiaoduo was quick to grab it, the video had already been sent out. It was a foregone conclusion. When he took it back, the target group was silent for a few seconds. Then, there was a series of haha. So Xiaoduo quickly clicked delete, trying to salvage the situation. How could he not know? It was already too late. There were at least 20 people who saw Li Chenglong's account click delete and immediately sent their saved videos to the group. Therefore, the whole group was filled with woof, 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 woof. Class monitor Zhuo was imitating a dog's bark. After a while, Yin sent a voice message. Don't send anymore. Ouch. My stomach is cramping. For a moment, the group was filled with countless voices and laughter. It was like a sea of joy. Even the homeroom teacher, Wan Xingtian, stood out and said, "This bark is very authentic." Naturally, everyone became more and more cheerful. Woof woof. So Xiaoduo was mad. He took a sip of wine and wrote on the table, "Let's spar tonight. I'll help you consolidate your realm. Let's spar through the night." Li Chenglong said indifferently and pretentiously, "Sorry, I have an appointment tonight." Chapter 722. Who did you invite? It's not me. It's Xiangcheng. I don't know what's wrong with his brain, but he wants to challenge me. He wants to ask the experts of the Xiang family to beat me up. Li Chenglong chuckled. Let's meet at 11 o'clock tonight at the school's sports field. When I come back victorious, I'll spar with you. We can spar through the night, but it seems like we haven't done so in a long time. Then it's settled. At 12 o'clock that night, Li Chenglong was beaten up until his face was swollen and he was thrown back by Xiangcheng. This time, I'll beat you until you're not enlightened. Xiangcheng left angrily after saying that. In the afternoon, Xiangcheng couldn't bear it any longer, so he asked Li Chenglong to spar with him. In the end, he was beaten up by Li Chenglong. Xiangcheng was about to go crazy from anger. "You're so unromantic." So he told his family and asked Li Chenglong to spar with him without telling his sister. Beat him up. To the Xiang family, he's not enlightened? Easy, beat him up. So tonight, they sent out their elders and experts to beat Li Chenglong until he was dizzy. To the Xiang family, they didn't consider whether this would have a negative effect. They couldn't say anything else. They couldn't say that their daughter has taken a liking to you. So tell me if you're okay with it. That would be so embarrassing. The Xiang family definitely wouldn't do such a thing. According to the style of the Overlord family, they would just beat him up a few more times, and he would be enlightened. If he still wasn't enlightened, they could only advise their daughter to be more open-minded. Don't hang yourself on a tree. Our Xiang family wouldn't do something like kidnapping someone to be their son-in-law. Li Chenglong was lying on the sofa with a bloody nose and a swollen face. He tried his best to open his panda eyes and look at Xiaoduo. This is a bit strange. Xiangcheng is such a bastard. He actually sent a senior master to beat me up. This is too much. I didn't expect him to be this kind of person. You really can't judge a book by its cover. After hearing Xiangcheng's words, Xiaoduo, who already understood everything, suddenly felt that this beating was too light. It was already past 12 o'clock, and the agreement was over. Xiaoduo, who had the right to speak again, sighed and said, "That's right. You really can't judge a book by its cover. Xiangcheng is really unreasonable. Swollen, this cannot be tolerated. If it were me, I would not be able to take this lying down. A fight is a fight, but why should they send their elders to beat us up? This is not just too much, it's simply too much. I didn't expect Xiangcheng, who looks like a man with thick eyebrows and big eyes, to do such a thing." Li Chenglong, who was provoked, became angrier and angrier. He said, "You think so too, right? This is really too much. I support you in this matter. We can't just let it go. We must seek justice. But it's not fun to just beat up Xiangcheng. Doesn't the Xiang family still have Xiangbing in our class? You can beat her up tomorrow." So Xiaoduo, who was filled with righteous indignation, came up with a bad idea. "They beat you up, so you beat up their daughter. An eye for an eye. It's better than beating up Xiangcheng directly." Li Chenglong hesitated. "That's not very good, right? TSK, you're talking as if you haven't been beaten up before." So Xiaoduo looked at him with disdain. Li Qinglong thought for a while. That's right. Now it's a habit to beat up Xiangbing when eating and sleeping. I haven't beaten her for a few days, but now she's beaten by the Xiang family. Is it because I haven't beaten Xiangbing these days? Seeing Li Qinglong cover his eyes and ponder, Xiaoduo laughed evilly. He tiptoed upstairs and didn't say anything more. If he said too much, the sect leader might come to his senses. Based on his understanding of Xiangbing, Xiaoduo guessed that the day when the sect master would be forcefully pushed forward was not far away. That girl wasn't a patient person. Now it's about time. Xiangbing definitely didn't know that Xiangchong was beaten up tonight, but she wouldn't do such a thing. Once she knew, she would feel more threatened. She would probably take action immediately. Xiangchong, Xiangbing, this is the best I can do as the matchmaker. You don't have to thank me. Xiaoduo guessed mischievously. What would Xiangbing do? At that time, would Li Qinglong come crying to me and say that he was ruined? As soon as Xiaoduo went upstairs, he was caught by Wu Yuding. What's going on? I heard you instigating people to fight, and it's with a girl. You're so mean. No one knows a son better than his mother. Wu Yuding knew Xiaoduo's bad temper very well. In fact, when Xiaoduo was 5 or 6 years old, he was beaten up by other kids. When he came back, he said to Zhua Xiaoyan, "Sister, that guy scolded you so badly." When he instigated Zhua Xiaoyan to beat someone up, Wu Yuding knew that she had given birth to a weirdo. If it were other kids, they would say, "Sister, who beat me up? Wu, go and avenge me." But her child could say, "He scolded you." He did not mention anything about being beaten up. So Xiaoduo was happy. He leaned close to Wu Yuding's ear and explained the whole story in a low voice. He was not being mean. He was facilitating this beautiful thing. At most, he would just watch a few more scenes. This child, Wu Yuding shook her head. This guy likes Xiangbing too. It's just that he doesn't know it yet. Children are all like this. A little boy likes a little girl, so he bullies her. Wu Yuding sighed. Li Qinglong's IQ has reached a level that ordinary old monsters can't reach. But his EQ is still at the level of a 6-year-old. He's a good man, much better than you. So Xiaoduo felt wronged. Mom, your words hurt me too much. Look at how loyal I am. I've liked Nian Yin Cat since I was 4 or 5 years old. I still like Nian Yin Cat even now. Wu Yuding rolled her eyes and left. You're really promising. In the morning, Li Qinglong went to school alone. So Xiaoduo still did not go. He still had a lot of holidays to go. At this moment, he was dressing himself up. He made himself look heroic and handsome. His face was full of righteousness and confidence. Then, he went out with Zhua Xiaoyan. This day was the big day that Xiaoduo dreamed of. Taking his wife to the Hidden Dragon High School, announcing to everyone that this is my wife. One day, I'll hold Nian Yin Cat's hand and tell everyone that this is my wife. This goal was going to be realized today. Zhua Xiaoduo was in high spirits. He was in the mood to write a poem. Taking a walk with a cat in the Hidden Dragon High School, welcomed by a wave of praise. Come envy, jealousy, and hate. I'll only humph proudly. Good poem. Good poem. It's really suitable for the occasion. Today, Zhua Xiaoduo walked as if he was floating. It was as if he had a piece of honey in his mouth. It was so sweet that it reached his heart. His mouth was on his ear all the way. Zhua Xiaoyan was helpless. But this guy came early in the morning to beg, so she had to agree. There will be many occasions like this in the future. I have to get used to it first, Zhua Xiaoyan thought. Besides, once they confirmed their relationship and announced it, those who had designs on her would shrink back. It would also save her a lot of trouble. So, although she was shy and nervous, she still followed Zhua Xiaoduo. Zhua is bringing his wife to school today. Ever since Li Qinglong said those words in the morning, the whole class didn't split up. Everyone gathered together and waited to see what would happen. Among them, a few of the female students who were interested in Zhua Xiaoduo and were quite confident in their looks even dressed up secretly. I heard that class monitor's wife was also from Phoenix City. It's a small border town. She's just a country girl. How pretty can she be? I'm going to let Zhua Dabin know that his girlfriend pales in comparison to me. He'll see how good I am later. Otherwise, although this guy's EQ is not low, his performance is better than the leader's. Even when Xingtian was curious about Zhuo Xiaoduo's wife. What kind of girl could make that bastard keep his chastity like jade? In school, he didn't even hold the hands of his female classmates. He didn't do anything except disfigure them with a punch and collapse their breasts. That I'm so curious. Yi Changqing, Xiang Quangren, Lu Yichuan, Cheng Gaiying, and Vice Principal Gao were also strolling around Class 1. The 5 old men all had their hands behind their backs. They strolled from one side to the office building. When they were about to reach the other side, they strolled back. Then, they went to the school gate for an inspection before walking back to Class 1. You must take a good look. Don't just pick a random girl, Xiang Quangren said to Yi Changqing. Okay. Yi Changqing nodded. If they're too bad, we have many young and beautiful girls in the Xiang family. Xiang Quangren continued. All of them have big breasts and big butts. They're tall and strong. They can definitely give birth to sons. If you're not satisfied with them, I'll ask them to use honey traps. Vice Principal Cheng sneered. That's not called honey traps in your Xiang family. Xiang Quangren was stunned. If it's not called honey traps, then what is it called? Cheng Gaiying smiled mockingly. It's called honey traps in other families, but in your Xiang family, it's called forcing yourself on her. Puffed. Yi Changqing and Lu Yichuan both spat and coughed at the same time. These 2 old fellows simply had no moral integrity today. Among all the students in Class 1, one asked for leave. He said he was going to the bathroom, but he was actually going to the school gate to take a look. Then, he came back with a relaxed look on his face. He was not there yet. Then, a few minutes later, someone went to the bathroom again. After 7 or 8 people did this in a row, when Xingtian, who had already seen through the truth, sighed helplessly. There's no class today. I'm going to study by myself. You could do whatever you want. After saying that, when Xingtian pulled out a chair and sat at the door, everyone had the same thought. I'm also very curious. If you're not even in the mood to teach, how can you not study by yourself? Is she beautiful? Many people threw this question to the only person in the know, Li Chenglong. Have you seen a fairy before? Li Chenglong asked. They all shook their heads. She's prettier than a fairy. Li Chenglong raised his head and said the words from the bottom of his heart. You've seen a fairy? Xiang Bing immediately felt uncomfortable. No. Then why do you say that? That's what I think. It's a one-sided opinion. What does it have to do with you? Haha, look at you. It's as if she's your wife. Xiang Bing looked at him from the corner of her eyes. Take a piss and look at yourself. Stop dreaming. That's Zhuo Xiaoduo's wife. She's someone else's wife. Are you thinking about her? I'm not dreaming, and I'm not thinking about her. Li Chenglong glared and said, Besides, what does it have to do with you whether I'm thinking about her or not? Do you want to prick me? Do you think I won't beat you up? Xiang Bing's eyes reddened. She puffed out her chest and stepped forward. Don't you dare. I don't dare. Li Chenglong grinned. He rubbed his palms and stood up, ready to punch his chest. Xiang Chong gritted his teeth. Meng Zhangjuan's face was also twisted. Aren't you afraid that your son won't be able to eat after you punch him? At this moment. They're coming. They're coming. Hao Han, who had only half of his head out to investigate in the corner, suddenly shrank back and raised his arms. Boom! Everyone ran out. Under everyone's watchful eyes, they saw Xiaoduo floating over in high spirits from the direction of the school's gate. As if he was floating, but he couldn't control his smug smile. He cupped his hands in salute to everyone he saw. Ha ha ha, my wife, this is my wife. He laughed so hard that his eyes couldn't be seen. Chapter 723. The students of Class 1 were speechless. They wished they could all shrink back. Looking at this guy's face, they were ashamed to be in the same company as him. When Xingtian silently face-palmed. I didn't teach him. Ha ha. My wife, this is my wife. So Xiaoduo proudly cupped his hands towards Yi Changqing. He couldn't help but stretch his hands out as he thought. Seems like I can get him a greeting gift? Yi Changqing was speechless as he led the 3 vice principals away. This guy isn't a student of our Hidden Dragon High School. This is too embarrassing. But this girl is really too beautiful. The vice principal sighed. All the girls in the Hidden Dragon High School were hopeless. It was the same for those from their own clans. Even if they looked at the whole world, there were probably not many who could compare to her. Only Xiang Quangren was still confident. In the end, she's not as strong as my girl. What's the use of just being beautiful, having a good figure, and having a good temperament? My family's buttocks are big enough to give birth to sons. The vice principals were speechless as they distanced themselves from Xiang Quangren. Blind man, I won't walk with you. I'm ashamed to be in the same company as this guy. Under the morning sun, Zhuxianyan was half a step behind Zhuxiaoduo. Bathed in the morning sun, she slowly walked over. At this moment, her beauty was breathtaking. It was so beautiful that it dazzled people. All the students of Class 1 of the Hidden Dragon High School, even after many years, could not forget this scene. Many students said that they had only seen a fairy once in their lives, but they had no regrets. It was unforgettable. This is the time. Zhuxiaoduo was in high spirits. His whole body was surrounded by an aura that said, I will climb to the top and look down on all the other mountains. He looked at his classmates from the corner of his eyes with disdain. His eyes clearly said, You are all trash. Only I have such a beautiful and outstanding wife. However, he still had to pretend to be humble and low-key. He cupped his hands and laughed. Ha! This is my wife. And ha-ha. For short, my wife, ha! She's just an ordinary person. I made a fool of myself in front of everyone. Her looks are ordinary, very ordinary, ha-ha. All the female students' faces darkened. What should we do if she's still average? Were all of them ugly? No, this is what a normal person looks like. We aren't even qualified to be called ugly. We have to be ugly. Ha-ha. Meng Zhangjun. Zhuxiaoduo pulled a long face. What are you staring at? Then he laughed. Zhangjun, the wife you find in the future will definitely be prettier. Ha ha ha. Meng Zhangjun's face twitched. I want to beat you to death. Ha ha. Hao Han, come here. Call her sister-in-law. Behave, don't look around. I see egg. I see egg. Little worm. Ha ha ha, you too. You yen Waha. You're a girl. Why are you staring? Calm down, calm down. Ha ha. Students, calm down. Calm down. Do you understand? Why can't you be calm? Aren't you afraid that Ms. One will punish you? Pai Bao, go away. All right, where's Ms. One? Where's Ms. One? Ah, Ms. One, this is my wife. This is my wife. When Xingtian sighed helplessly. Can you be any more despicable? All the male students were extremely sad. How could this bastard be so lucky that such a fairy would fall for him? How can this be? Oh heavens, oh earth, oh gods, why don't you open your eyes and kill this bastard with a bolt from the blue? Zhuxianyan looked at Zhuxiaoduo's smug face. She felt that his heart was bursting with happiness and satisfaction. For the first time, she did not interrupt him. This is all because of me. Zhuxianyan felt a little embarrassed, but at the same time, she felt sweet inside. How can I stop my man at this moment? When she heard the words Ms. One, she twisted Zhuxiaoduo's waist. Hiss! Zhuxiaoduo's face suddenly became distorted. Zhuxianyan took a step forward and bowed gracefully. Hello, Ms. One. Hello, everyone. Hello, sister-in-law. Before when Xingtian could reply, the group of single dogs had already replied in unison. They were very enthusiastic. When Xingtian's reply was directly drowned in a sea of cheers. Cough, cough, cough. When Xingtian coughed severely, the students immediately became obedient. Everyone welcome. When Xingtian turned to Zhuxiaoduo as he spoke. What's your wife's name? Nian Nian. Zhuxiaoduo whispered. Nian Nian. When Xingtian was a little confused. What's her surname? Ah, it doesn't matter what her surname is. Zhuxiaoduo was a little anxious. It's not a household registration check. Ms. One, did you change your profession to a household registration police officer? When Xingtian was speechless. I didn't change my profession to a household registration police officer. I want to change my profession to an assassin. My first goal is to kill you, you little bastard. Of course, Zhuxiaoduo would not say what his surname was. If he did, it would definitely lead to countless follow-up questions. Wouldn't that be causing trouble for himself? Everyone, this is my wife, Nian Nian. Zhuxiaoduo's face was solemn. Ha. I can't introduce more details. Ha. You could just call her sister-in-law. A few female students rushed up under Xiang Bing's lead. They directly squeezed Zhuo Xiaoduo to the side and held Zhuo Xiaoyan's hand affectionately. Zhuo Xiaoyan smiled gently. I heard Xiaoduo mention a few times that he has a group of very cute classmates. He said that he must introduce them to me. Now that I see them, they're really good. They're all geniuses. The female students laughed dryly and were speechless for a long time. Even if you beat Zhuo Xiaoduo to death, they wouldn't believe that he would say such a thing. It was too fake. Sister Nian Yan, let's talk over there. As the female student spoke, Zhuo Xiaoyan laughed so hard that she couldn't open her eyes. If she had known earlier, the dog wouldn't have been so obedient in school. So Xiaoduo is so lively in school. Zhuo Xiaoyan laughed like the bright moon. But when the female students heard this, they immediately shut up. You call this lively? Indeed. Birds of the same feather flock together. Zhuo Xiaoyan accompanied Zhuo Xiaoduo to walk around the school. Because of Zhuo Xiaoduo, she gained the envy and jealousy of the entire school. Then, she chatted with everyone in Class 1 for a while. Then, under Wen Xingtian's suggestion, she sparred with the students of Class 1. The entire class, except for Zhuo Xiaoduo, went up together and ended the battle in 3 seconds. This result made everyone even more envious and jealous. Not only was she beautiful, but her cultivation was also so high. She was also a peerless genius. It seemed that even Zhuo wasn't her opponent. When they thought of this, the entire class suddenly felt a little better. So this bitch was just a punching bag at home. He couldn't even beat his own wife. Comforted. Suddenly, their thoughts were clear. Zhuo Xiaoyan chatted with everyone for a while. Then, she happily had a meal in the cafeteria of Hidden Dragon High School. Then, accompanied by Smugs with Xiaoduo, she left Hidden Dragon High School. However, when they left, Zhuo Xiaoduo deliberately walked past Xiangbing. He smiled meaningfully at Xiangbing and said telepathically, "After today, if you don't make your move, there won't be any left." Laughing, he swaggered off. Xiangbing was stunned. The moment Zhuo Xiaoduo left. After that, everyone who had seen Zhuo Xiaoyan at Hidden Dragon High School, especially the students, exploded. Many people lamented, "In this lifetime, I probably won't be able to find a wife. After seeing such a fairy, how can those ordinary girls still be pleasing to my eyes?" All of the students who said that were the cause of disaster. Really, that all the female students of the Hidden Dragon High School completely ignored this group of people. Well, you're right. We're all ordinary girls. We're not good enough for you. You'll just be single. The atmosphere in Class 1 was even more lively. So beautiful. Many male students had yearning looks on their faces. She's beautiful, but she seems a little cold. That's right. Although this sister-in-law is very gentle and generous, and her words are also very warm, I just feel that her personality is quite cold. It's a kind of coldness that comes from her bones. Or should I say, ice. But she's also really beautiful. She's also beautiful to the bones. I'm envious, jealous, and hateful. Xiangbing's face was full of envy. Look at how Wellswood treats his wife. Zhuo is handsome and confident. He's a young genius with peerless talent, and his cultivation is the best in the world. But such an outstanding person, for his wife, still keeps his chastity like jade in the Hidden Dragon High School, which is full of beauties. This is a good man. In the future, you're not allowed to call him a bitch. If anyone does, I'll get angry with them. All the students felt that something was wrong. These words, why did it sound so wrong? In the past, Xiangbing, didn't you scold with Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong 7 or 8 times a day? How come now? In your mouth, they're so outstanding. You're not allowed to call Zhuo Xiaoduo a bitch. Doesn't your conscience hurt when you praise him like this? When did you betray him? Don't tell me you haven't had enough of fighting with him every day. However, it was obvious that Xiangbing had taken a liking to Zhuo Xiaoduo. Her words were filled with envy, jealousy, and admiration, but there was no adoration. Many of the boys thought to themselves, if I had such a beautiful wife, I would definitely keep my chastity outside. No, bah, 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 bah. We're all single dogs now. How are we not keeping our chastity? Xiangbing glanced at one of the sect leaders and sighed. so it didn't hesitate to act like a bitch so that he doesn't get involved with other girls. This is to avoid getting into a relationship. Such true love is really touching. This is self-deprecation. Do you understand? What a noble sentiment. Li Qinglong agreed and said, Bing Dan is right. Boswa is really good to his wife. Although it's a bit of an exaggeration to say that he's self-deprecating, it's true. Xiang Bing pouted even harder. However, there are many weirdos among our classmates. They look fat and smart, but they're actually as stupid as pigs. They don't know anything, but they call themselves wise. Li Qinglong laughed and rocked back and forth. Well said, Bing Dan, well said. Meng Zhongjun, you're so arrogant every day. See, you've been criticized? Ha ha. Black lines appeared on the foreheads of the entire class. Was Xiang Bing talking about Meng Zhongjun? Do you, Li Qinglong, really have no idea who I'm talking about? Xiang Bing also choked and sat down sullenly. Her expression kept changing as she thought about Zhua Xiaoduo's words. One moment, she was gritting her teeth. The next, her face was dark. That after a while, as everyone was discussing in low voices, Xiang Bing suddenly stood up and pointed at Li Qinglong fiercely. She shouted, Li Qinglong, don't leave after school if you have the guts. Chapter 724. Li Qinglong was stunned for a moment before he burst into laughter. You think I'm afraid of you? Fine. I'll wait for you after school. Oof. Xiang Bing bit her lips and hesitated for a moment. Her face turned red, but she made up her mind and strode out. She was gone in an instant. Meng Zhongjuan's eyebrows twitched. He looked at the direction where Xiang Bing left and then looked at Li Qinglong. Looks like something's going to happen. Yu Yin'er and Zhun Piapiao were deep in thought. Was this a fight? Xiang Bing would definitely not be able to defeat Li Qinglong. Li Qinglong knew that. Everyone knew that. Even Xiang Bing herself knew that. However, Xiang Bing still had to say and do this. What was she trying to do? After thinking for a while, the two girls suddenly blushed. With Xiang Bing going up, Meng Zhongjun came over to discuss. You're both girls. Guess what Xiang Bing is trying to do? The two girls shook their heads in unison. I don't know. You don't know. Meng Zhongjun did not believe it. Do you think I'm blind? I clearly saw the two of you blushing. How could I not know? He frowned and thought hard. Xiang Bing is no match for Li Qinglong. There's no point in asking for a fight. If someone else were to fight Li Qinglong, Xiang Bing might not be willing. Xiang Bing is a girl who dares to love and hate. Now that she's met such an idiot, I guess she's going to cut the Gordian knot? Meng Zhongjun frowned. I think it's very likely. After school, when we're all gone, Xiang Bing will take the initiative to confess to Li Qinglong. TSK. I'll have to stay and hide. If my prediction is right, it'll be a historical moment. Zhun Piapiao and Yu Yin'er rolled their eyes. Li Qinglong said that you're a wise man. Do you really think you're a wise man? Li Qinglong was asking Xiang Chong. There won't be anyone else from your family, right? Xiang Chong glared at him. If I want to deal with you, our family only needs Bing Dan. Ha ha. Stop bragging. How dare you say such big words that even you don't believe? Li Qinglong laughed heartily. I said, deal with me? Ha ha. That's because your Xiang clan hasn't realized how powerful this sect master is. This sect master will hold her down and beat her up however I want. That today's incident at the Hidden Dragon High School had caused a tsunami on the internet. I'm surprised to see a fairy. A fairy has descended to the mortal world. Shocking. Why was an 80-year-old woman's corpse lying on the street? Why were a bunch of old sows screaming in the middle of the night? Why did the Hidden Dragon High School boys lose sleep all night? The reason is actually, in the past, other people would say that she's a peerless beauty, a fairy that descended to the mortal world. I've never believed it, but today I believe it. I feel like I've fallen out of love. A photo spread like wildfire on the Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts School website. Yes, there was only one. Moreover, the Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts School's website had already been deleted. But there was still one photo that spread out. It was probably saved by someone the moment it was uploaded, and then it was reposted that in the photo, the sky, the earth, and the brilliant sunshine were all reduced to the background. In the center was a young man and a young woman. The man was handsome and confident. His figure was tall and handsome. The woman was a peerless beauty, a proper fairy that had descended to the mortal world. Especially the woman. She was so beautiful that everyone who saw her felt their hearts stop beating immediately. Below, a large group of people were shouting, "Sword King! This is Sword King! Ah, it's Sword King and his wife. So beautiful! So beautiful!" Faced with such a peerless beauty, these lawless netizens even felt that they couldn't type out any blasphemous words. The overwhelming comments were all, "So beautiful!" Finally, Nine Heavens Pavilion. Something big happened. The civet went out this time to go on a blind date. This young man's looks are not bad. From the perspective of human appearance alone, he's barely worthy of spiritual thoughts. Compared to other people, the moment the boss of Nine Heavens Pavilion saw this photo, he only felt that the sky had darkened. His heart was cold. Such a thing actually happened, looking at the lovey-dovey look in the photo. This is bad, this is bad. These few days, I've been busy with the secret mission sent by the higher-ups and actually neglected the important role that Chief Nan arranged for me. She was actually taken away by someone. What should I do about this? I immediately sent a message. "Minister, something happened to the civet." The reply was almost instantaneous. "What happened?" The civet went out this time to go on a date, and it seems that there's already substantial progress. After waiting for 2 seconds, there was no reply. Then, the phone started ringing as if it was about to die. The phone was picked up. "Minister, do you want to die?" A completely hysterical roar came from the other side of the phone. "I asked you to keep an eye on her, and this is what you saw. Why aren't you dead yet? Go and die later. What's the use if you don't die?" His head was full of sweat, and it flowed down with a whoosh. "I've been too busy these few days, and the higher-ups suddenly sent me a secret mission in these few days. I didn't know that this would happen." "Then what the hell do you know? What kind of bullshit secret mission is comparable to my people?" On the other side of the phone, Chief Nan's voice was earth-shattering. "You're fucking neglecting your duties and abusing your power for personal gain. You. If you want to die, don't drag me down with you." The last sentence was actually filled with grief and indignation. The boss of the Nine Heavens Pavilion was instantly shocked. He didn't know that during this period of time, Chief Nan, who was in a high position, had almost become a frightened bird. He was tricked by Udon Tion and fought with the Wu people time and time again. But in the end, he still couldn't get rid of that family. Now that that family was involved again, it would be strange if he was in a good mood. What the hell is going on? Chief Nan was really helpless. This time, he might really be done for. Because of his son, he was still on the blacklist, and now something happened to his daughter. This was driving him to death. It's like this. Civet asked for leave in the morning. And then, Chief Nan's voice was a bit relaxed and doubtful. "Hidden Dragon Master?" "Yes." "What's that guy's name?" "I heard that his name is Zwashauduo." Chief Nan heaved a long sigh of relief on the phone. His voice became steady and elegant. "Sai, look at you. How big is this matter? As the supreme leader of the Nine Heavens Pavilion, can't you be more steady? It's as if the sky is falling down. You've been in a high position for so many years. Where's your bearing? Where's your composure? Why didn't you practice it at all?" Chief, this is... Seriously, I thought something bad had happened. Isn't it just two young people dating? They're both willing and innocent. They're a perfect match, a match made in heaven. What's there to doubt?" Chief Nan's voice was relaxed. "Don't be so alarmed next time. Isn't it good to do your job properly?" All right, go to your work. Isn't it normal for young people to fall in love? But, what buts? Do you still have other thoughts? No. Then why aren't you hanging up? Calling over such a small matter. Do you think I, the chief, am very free? Beep beep. The call was hung up. The chief wiped the cold sweat on his head and thought carefully. He seemed to have understood something, but it also seemed like he didn't understand anything. He just had to say something in his heart. "What do you mean by calling over such a small matter?" "You're the one who called me, okay? All right, as long as you're fine. You scare me so much that I'm sweating. This scolding is really unjust." In the afternoon, school was over. Other than Xiang Bing and Zhou Xiaoduo who weren't present, the other students of Class 1 didn't leave. Even those who were beaten black and blue didn't go to the recovery pod. They couldn't leave. They had to watch this show before leaving. Maybe it was really a historical moment. Li Chenglong didn't care about this. Everyone watching? What's the big deal? It'll show off my wise and mighty image. I, Li Chenglong, will use my iron fist to suppress all those who don't agree. Bing Dan is really bold today. She actually dares to challenge me. At dusk, as everyone waited with bated breath, Xiang Bing arrived at the school in a red dress and entered the class. Red shirt, red skirt, and red leather boots. His entire body was like a ball of fire, burning all the way to the campus, leaving behind a gorgeous scenery. It could be seen that Xiang Bing had dressed up very carefully before coming here. Her height was more than 8 meters, but it was well proportioned and balanced. It didn't make people feel that she was tall or strong. They only felt that this woman was very beautiful and outstanding. She was natural and graceful and had a different kind of flavor. It was a kind of valiant and heroic. The kind of beauty that belonged to a woman. She was full of heroic spirit. Xiang Bing didn't expect that at this time. No one in the class had left. The moment she pushed the door open and entered, she was stunned at the door. Her pretty face instantly turned red. Ow! 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 Meng Zhongjun, Hao Han, Jia Kuang, and the others roared desperately. The other male students cheered at the same time as if they were on steroids. Only Xiang Chong didn't move from his seat. He looked at his sister walking in without hesitation. His eyes flashed with deep blessings, but there was also a hint of reluctance. His sister was going to choose the path of her life today. At this point, Xiang Bing would never turn back, even if the other party was a piece of steel. Facing Xiang Bing's red dress, no matter how slowly Chenglong was, he seemed to understand something. Yu Yin and Zhen Piapiao jumped up excitedly and waved their small white fists. Bing go! Bing go! Xiang Bing, go! The whole class cheered together. Xiang Bing was in a red dress that was as bright as snow. She was graceful and her skin was as white as jade. Hearing the deafening cheers, Xiang Bing's face was no longer red. She took a step forward and stepped onto the podium. On the podium, she cupped her fists valiantly to the whole class. Today, let everyone be the witness. Today, let everyone be the witness. After the meeting, there will be an explosion. I have 3 chapters now. Hee. Chapter 725. Ouch! The cheers of the entire class were so loud that they almost flew out of the entire school building. Xiang Bing waved her hand and cupped her fist. Instantly, the cheers of the entire class stopped abruptly. Xiang Bing stood on the podium and took a deep breath. With a determined expression, she suddenly turned around and said loudly to Li Chenglong, Li Chenglong, Xiang Bing, like you, I want to be your wife. Are you willing to be my husband? After hearing this declaration, Li Chenglong was dumbfounded. He stood up in a daze and waved his hands. He was completely at a loss. At this moment, his swollen brain was still in a mess, like a pile of paste, but it was undeniable that the indescribable surprise, the sudden feeling of his heart stopping. Damn, where did this awkward feeling come from? The feeling of his heart suddenly beating like 10,000 horses galloping. Where did it come from? As if she could not see Li Chenglong's daze, Xiang Bing knew that this piece of steel would not be able to react. Hence, she directly announced on the podium, even if you don't agree, it's useless. So now I announce. The 2 of us are a couple. You're my man. Xiang Bing's beautiful eyes were filled with emotions. Her gaze was a little nervous, but she pretended to be fierce and said loudly, You have to treat me well in the future. Do you understand? Do you understand? All the students' cheers were hoarse. Too cool. Too awesome. It was too shocking. Li Chenglong's mind was in a mess. In a daze, he could only hear his own muddled voice saying, Okay. Xiang Bing snorted. Her face relaxed, and her heart was finally at ease. What she was most afraid of was if Li Chenglong said that he was not willing in front of everyone. That would be too embarrassing. Of course, Xiang Bing was also prepared. If Li Chenglong said that he was not willing in front of everyone, Xiang Bing would immediately say, "Since you're not willing to be my husband, then are you prepared to be my lifelong friend?" However, this sentence was only a backup plan. It was just a last resort to make himself less embarrassed. But now, all her worries were gone. This idiot actually agreed. "Now are you free?" Xiang Bing stood on the podium and looked at Li Chenglong. "Yes." Li Chenglong nodded blankly. "Then, are you willing to go out for a meal and a drink with me?" Xiang Bing's eyes sparkled. "All right, follow me." Xiang Bing walked down from the podium and stretched out her hand. Li Chenglong reached out his hand in a daze. Then, Xiang Bing pulled Li Chenglong and walked away confidently. Wow, it was too satisfying. It was too exciting. It's a classic. Even after the two of them had left for a long time, many of the students were still in a daze. That's it. It was too shocking. It was too shocking. Countless female students had looks of sincere envy on their faces. This was Xiang Bing, dare to love and dare to hate. Even if he was facing steel, I will also move forward bravely, regardless of my own safety. If I like him, I will confess. I won't wait anymore. Many people suggested to let this person say it, let that person say it, let the family say it, let the teacher say it. I don't need all of them. I will do it myself. My happiness will depend on me to fight for it. Such a free and easy personality. Many female students were simply envious to the bone. If only I could, however, this was just a thought. They could only be envious. Although everyone understood and envied her, Xiang Bing was the only one who could really do such a thing. Perhaps she was the only one who could do it. No one else could do it. Xiang Bing was Xiang Bing, one of a kind. Yu Yin, and Zhun Piapiao both sighed softly, envious from the bottom of their hearts. However, both of them also knew that the fate between Li Chenglong and Xiang Bing was difficult to replicate. There was no point in being envious. The foundation between the two of them was very deep. The reason why Xiang Bing dared to do this today was because she was quite confident. Although Li Chenglong was steely, Xiang Bing could still feel whether he liked her or not. If she was really not confident, why would Xiang Bing take such a risk and use her life as a bargaining chip? She was just using the most barbaric method to awaken Li Chenglong's dormant EQ that she had completely thrown aside. Then she pulled him over, for the sake of this life's happiness. Because Xiang Bing knew that a person like Li Chenglong with such a high IQ would be passive in terms of emotions. It was not that he was slow in love, but that he rarely confessed and took the initiative to attack. In other words, he was always in a passive state of waiting for a girl to take the initiative and forcefully tear open the door of his heart. She wanted to completely conquer him and possess him. This kind of man was not romantic, but he was extremely reliable. And the most speechless thing was that he was waiting like steel, but whoever tore open the door in his heart first would be the one who owned this man. Xiang Bing did not want to wait any longer because she was afraid. She was afraid that a brave girl like her would suddenly appear and forcefully tear open the door of Li Chenglong's heart. First impressions are the strongest. What's more, Zhuo Xiaoduo brought his wife to walk around the class today, which gave Xiang Bing a huge amount of courage. She knew that Zhuo Xiaoduo's appearance was tantamount to lifting the curtain. From today onwards, there would be a lot of boys and girls confessing to each other. There would be a lot of couples appearing in the Hidden Dragon High School. If she did not make a move now, she was afraid that it would really be too late. And when Zhuo Xiaoduo left, he looked at her with a faint smile and sent her a telepathic message. If you don't make a move now, he won't be yours anymore. Li Chenglong was not an ordinary character. He was second only to Zhuo Xiaoduo in hot demand. So today, she resolutely made a move without hesitation, cutting off all means of retreat. All the students dispersed in twos and threes. As they walked, they discussed in low voices, exclaiming in admiration and lamenting that Xiang Chong seemed to be sitting calmly at the same spot. For a long time, he did not move, but the corners of his mouth were a little bitter and a little smile. Meng Zhangjun, Hao Han, Jia Kuang, Pai Bao, and the others walked over. What's wrong? Are you feeling a little disappointed? Meng Zhongjun smiled. His expression was also filled with emotions. When my sister got married that year, I felt the same. Xiang Chong laughed. Actually, what's there for me to be disappointed about? My sister has found her happiness today. What's there for me to be disappointed about? This is a good thing. A very good thing. Jia Kuang suggested. Do you want to go out for a drink? Let's have a drink. Sure. Xiang Chong laughed. Let's go, it's my treat. A few teenagers walked out at the same time. Then, a few more ran over. Bring me along. Xiang Chong laughed. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Let's have a good time together. Zhen Pia Piao shouted from afar. Slow down. Let's change our clothes and go too. Then you have to hurry up. Xiang Chong roared. This roar was fine, but with a whoosh, except for Zhuo Xiaoduo, Li Chenglong, and Xiang Bing, all the other single dogs of Class 1 gathered together. None of them were missing. Gao Qiao also walked over from afar with Gao Qingxiang. Ah, is this a gathering? How about the two of us? Xiang Chong, the two of us. Gao Qiao laughed. Why? You don't welcome us? Can't I treat you instead? What do you want to eat and do tonight? I'll treat you all. Ayo. A group of wolves roared. Xiang Chong laughed heartily. Good. It's your treat. Let's go to first-class heaven. First-class heaven it is. Gao Qiao waved her hand generously. First-class heaven. I'll book the whole place tonight. Generous. The crowd walked out in a mighty manner. They only hear Xiang Chong's rough voice shouting. Today, everybody has witnessed it. There's something I'd like to say up front. We are all brothers and sisters, so we must help each other. Just say it. More than 50 people, regardless of gender, patted their chests together and said heroically, we won't say no. In the future, if Li Chenglong dares to bully my sister, will anyone beat him up with me? Xiang Chong raised his arms and shouted. With another whoosh, Xiang Chong's side was suddenly empty. Everyone clustered around Gao Qiao, and the others, chatting and laughing as they walked out. It was as if they didn't hear Xiang Chong at all. They weren't stupid. If we can beat Li Chenglong, we will definitely go. But we can't beat that guy. We want to help you beat up your brother-in-law. But we were beaten up by your brother-in-law. Who can we reason with? If it's just the sect leader, it's fine. The problem is that the Sword King is beside the sect leader. After the fight, you will still be relatives. What about us? We will have to face the pressure of the Sword King and the sect leader. And it might be endless. How can we be so stupid? Xiang Chong scratched his head, his face full of depression. At the right moment, a crow cawed and flew over Xiang Chong's head. Wait for me. Xiang Chong chased after it. Under the setting sun, this group of young men and women chatted and laughed, playing and chatting as they walked into the distance. The setting sun merged everyone's shadows into one. It was long and stretched, to the endless distance, that Li Chenglong didn't come back for the whole night. So Xiaoduo didn't care at all. Every day, intentionally or unintentionally, he would read Li Chenglong's fortune. It had almost become a habit. This guy, not only was he not in danger, he was actually going to have good luck with women these days. After bringing Zhuo Xiaoyan to the Hidden Dragon High School to show off, the complacent and high-spirited Zhuo Xiaoduo was mercilessly suppressed by Zhuo Xiaoyan as soon as he returned home. At the Hidden Dragon High School, of course I have to give you enough face. After all, there's so many outsiders watching. Men need to be respected in the outside world. But now that we're home, little dog, shouldn't you explain yourself? What you did today made me so embarrassed, okay? You only care about showing off to yourself. You don't care about my feelings that believe it or not. I'll beat you up. Then, it wasn't a matter of whether you believed it or not, but Zhuo Xiaoyan directly went crazy. She sealed Zhuo Xiaoduo's cultivation as soon as she started, and he did a bungee jump of 8,848 meters for 3 hours. Zhuo Xiaoduo pretended for 3 hours, making all kinds of soul-stirring acts. From the beginning to the end, he begged for mercy. He was so tired of pretending that even Wu Yuding couldn't stand it anymore. Don't throw it. Wu Yuding came out to stop her. This trick is useless against him. Nian, you can't do this to men. Chapter 726. Wu Yuting sighed in her heart. Her daughter was too naive. Dogda was now a core master, and he was far more powerful than the average core master. How could she scare him like how she scared him when he was young? Did she think that he was still the little dog that was scared out of his wits when you threw him away? She had to teach her the art of controlling her husband. Otherwise, this girl would really be eaten by Dogda. Zhou Xiaoyan caught a Xiaoduo who was falling from the sky. She held it by the back of his neck and asked humbly, "Mom, what should I do? Please teach me." Wu Yuting raised her eyebrows and said, "Hit where it hurts. Only by attacking its weak points can you defeat the enemy. This is especially true when dealing with a lazy guy like Dogda. The most direct method is to postpone the wedding for 10 years. Mom, it's what Xiaoduo, who was being carried like a dead dog, screamed at the top of his lungs, "You're really my mother." Wu Yuting was unmoved. Another example is to not let him in on the wedding night. He will disappear for a few years. "Mommy, sob sob," it's what Xiaoduo cried. Another example is to not let him sleep on the bed in the future. Another example is Wu Yuting came up with one good idea after another. So Xiaoduo felt cold all over. Zhuo Changlu, who was eavesdropping in the room, was also shocked and moved. Mom. Zhuo Xiaoduo struggled to get down and helped Wu Yuting up. "It's late. Why don't you go to bed?" "Thank you, Mom. I will do that in the future. I will listen to everything you say." Zhuo Xiaoyan chuckled, her body trembling with laughter. Zhuo Xiaoduo, on the other hand, looked as if he had lost his parents. That night, Zhuo Xiaoduo suddenly remembered that he still had 2 treasures. He seemed to have forgotten to show them to his parents, so he quickly took them out and showed them to them. "Dad, Mom, look at these 2. Then he took out the bead that he had taken out from the body of the giant earthworm and introduced it. Then he took out the Void Transformation Stone and introduced it. Void Transformation Stone. Good stuff. Zhuo Changlu immediately set his eyes on the Void Transformation Stone. "Dad, you know about this thing?" Zhuo Xiaoduo felt that his parents were 2 encyclopedias. How could they know everything? Seen everything? This thing is indeed very rare, but that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Zhuo Changlu clicked his tongue in admiration. He looked at the Void Transformation Stone in his hand and said, "But this thing is really good. It can be said to be a divine item for assassins." "How good is it? Can you tell me the details?" Zhuo Xiaoduo asked humbly. "Well, it's not bad." Zhuo Changlu pushed the Void Transformation Stone back. "If you don't intend to be an assassin, don't use this thing if you can. After all, it's addictive to use. It's a good thing that can silently take care of a strong enemy. It's a good thing that everyone loves. It's easy to kill someone above your level. Naturally, it's a super good thing. However, this thing has a huge flaw. It's useless against enemies above the Skysoar realm. On the contrary, it's hard to cover up one's flaws due to the dependence one has on it for a long time. It's easy to lose one's life in an instant. Think about it carefully. When you're used to taking advantage of opportunities, reaping without sowing, and killing enemies above your level. By the time you reach the Returnance realm, this habit will be deeply ingrained. Even if you know it's dangerous, you've already gotten used to it. If at that time, you try to kill a Skysoar realm expert, then you'll be sending your neck to the enemy's blade. You must always remember that there are no shortcuts in the martial path. The higher the level of the martial path, the more you need to return to the basics. When you reach the Skysoar realm, although the Void Transformation Stone can't be considered a useless stone, it has to be at the same level as the enemy's cultivation to be of some use. As for the higher realms, the Void Transformation Stone is completely useless. It'll only be a burden. Your cultivation is still shallow, so you're still unable to experience the atmosphere of a battle at that realm. No matter how amazing your techniques are, they'll be useless at that time. As what Zhanglu Chunchun said, you must always remember one thing, and that is, the so-called skills are only used because the power level of humans is not high enough. That's why we try our best to do things that are impossible with limited power. That's why techniques are called techniques. If your strength is high enough, then any techniques will be nothing but a joke. To put it bluntly, all martial arts moves are skills. Regardless of whether it's using 4 tails to pull 1,000 caddies or using force to shift one's strength, they're all useless in the face of absolute strength. When a cultivator reaches the Skysaur realm, there's basically no technique that they can't understand. What you know, I know. What you don't know, I might know. When you want to use techniques, that's when you want to save your strength, or when your ambition is at its peak. That's when you'll be at a disadvantage. Zhuo Changlu smiled faintly. If someone at the same level as me uses techniques against me, he might not even last a second. Zhuo Xiaoduo nodded seriously. I understand. Dad, I'll try not to use this void transformation stone in the future. He chuckled and said, that Yu Moyan seems to be an assassin. I'll find an opportunity to sell this thing to him. Sell it to him? Zhuo Changlu smacked his lips. I seem to have heard you mention that Yu Moyan's family is quite poor. Can he afford something like that? Zhuo Xiaoduo raised his chin. Dad, you're so narrow-minded. If he can't afford it, can't he just write an IOU? How much are you planning to sell it for? Zhuo Changlu asked. 100 million. Zhuo Xiaoduo said, 100 million high-grade jade of astral souls. This price isn't too much, right? I'm not asking for too much, am I? Cough, cough, cough. Zhuo Changlu almost choked to death. 100 million high-grade jade of astral souls. You can just kill Yu Moyan. Once this IOU is written, your classmate Yu Moyan will have to work for Zhuo Xiaoduo for the rest of his life. Even if he works until he reaches the level of Heavenly King, he still might not be able to pay off his debt. All right, as long as you know what you're doing. Zhuo Changlu stopped talking. He just wanted his son to understand the harmful effects of the Void Transformation Stone. As for how Zhuo Xiaoduo would deal with this stone, that was his own business. Zhuo Changlu said that he didn't care. This bead is really strange. Zhuo Changlu looked at the bead that Zhuo Xiaoduo took out from the earthworm's body. He looked at it from left to right, and surprisingly, he was at a loss. It's really strange. I can't see through it. Wu Yuding walked over curiously. What is it that you can't see through? She knew who her husband was. If there was something in this world that Zhuo Changlu couldn't see through, it meant that it was really too rare. Wu Yuding took the bead and felt it for a moment. She couldn't help but shake her head. It's not an illusion bead. Zhuo Changlu nodded. How did you get it? Zhuo Xiaoduo told him the whole process. Earthworm. It can grow infinitely bigger after eating it. Zhuo Changlu really didn't understand. It doesn't seem to have much effect now, but I have a feeling that this thing isn't that simple. Earthworms are extremely weak, and it's difficult for them to cultivate. This bead can transform an earthworm into an existence that's almost in a different sense. Its effect is extraordinary. Keep it first. We'll slowly study it later. Zhuo Changlu coughed. Although he looked calm, he was still a little embarrassed. His son actually took out something that he didn't recognize. This really damaged his image as a great and honorable father. How could Wu Yuding not know Zhuo Changlu's appearance? She stared at him mockingly, and a trace of amusement flashed across her lips. Zhuo Changlu coughed. I'm going to take a shower and get ready for bed. With that, he stood up and left that Wu Yuding and Zhuo Changlu went to bed early, leaving Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiang alone. The husband and wife were both experienced. Naturally, they knew that a newly engaged young man and woman couldn't get enough alone time together. Zhuo Xiaoyan sat on the two-seater sofa, watching TV as if nothing was wrong. She held the remote control in her hand and looked very carefree. Zhuo Xiaoduo sat on the single-seater sofa next to her, but he only felt an unbearable itch in his heart. Bored to death, he took out his phone and saw that the class group chat was full of videos. It was the scene of Xiang Bing's confession. He listened to Xiang Bing's words. I announced that we're a couple. You have to be good to me in the future, understand? Understand? Zhuo Xiaoduo almost couldn't help but howl like a wolf. He couldn't help but be enraptured. He really didn't misjudge this girl. She fell in love with just a push. Then are you willing to go out with me for a meal and a drink? Xiang Bing's words were clearly heard. Ow, ow. Zhuo Xiaoduo howled like a wolf. This girl's ability to execute orders is really strong. Zhuo Xiaoyan's gaze drifted over. Swollen, she confessed. Let me show you. Zhuo Xiaoduo was about to run over. I don't want to see. Xiaoyan pouted. You sit over there, don't come over. Xiaoduo sat down awkwardly. This reason is not good. But even swollen. But I still therefore. He felt more and more unbearable. His buttocks bounced on the sofa, and he muttered to himself, this sofa spring seems to be broken. Why is it so uncomfortable? Therefore, he lifted his buttocks and moved to the big sofa. Xiaoyan rolled her eyes and snorted softly, but the threat was obvious. Xiaoduo sat down again and bounced his buttocks awkwardly. It's really uncomfortable. Why is it so uncomfortable? As he spoke, he stole glances at Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan seemed to be focused on watching the TV and completely ignored him. Therefore, Xiaoduo lifted his buttocks again. Xiaoyan did not see him. Xiaoduo slowly moved his buttocks and finally moved to the big sofa. He bounced his buttocks and said happily, this is still the most comfortable. Xiaoyan looked at him expressionlessly and turned to watch the TV. Xiaoduo bounced his buttocks and said happily, comfortable, this sofa is really comfortable. As he bounced, he moved to Xiaoyan's side and there was slight physical contact. Wow, so fragrant and soft. Oomph. Xiaoyan snorted coldly and glanced at him coldly. Comfortable, so comfortable. Xiaoduo started bouncing his buttocks again as if nothing had happened. Then it would jolt again and again and again and again. Later, Xiaoyan looked speechlessly at Xiaoduo, who was leaning on her body. This guy was bouncing around, and she did not know when he had stuck to her body like chewed gum. He was blissful and was no longer bouncing around. Moreover, his hands were grabbing her small hands, and he was giggling foolishly. He just held her hand tightly and did not do anything else. He leaned on her hand and giggled foolishly. Xiaoyan rolled her eyes and breathed heavily. The remote control dimmed and changed the channel. On the screen, a cicada jumped out. Aya! Xiaoduo seemed to be shocked, and his face turned pale. He hugged Xiaoyan's waist and said, Aya, this cicada is so scary. Xiaoyan was embarrassed and angry. You are a ruthless person who kills people like flies, and now you have the nerve to say that cicada are scary. Let go. It's so scary. I'm scared of cicada the most. Xiaoduo was trembling all over. He hugged Xiaoyan's soft and slender waist and refused to let go. He seemed to be really scared, and his face was red. Cicada is so fierce. Sob, sob, sob. So scary. Sob, sob, sob. Open a separate chapter to explain the update in the next few days. Chapter 727. This rascal. Xiaoyan was angry and amused at the same time. She wanted to push him away, but then she remembered. They were engaged. This hug was quite normal, right? She couldn't deny him any benefits. Xiaoyan could only let him hug her. She watched the TV on her own. Her white, jade-like face was faintly flushed after a long time that she felt an itch on her thigh. His hand, which had been steaming, was actually touching her thigh. Sister Yin Yin, are you embroidered with flowers on your pants? Xiaoduo curiously put his hand on it and touched it. It's so exquisite. He touched it again. It's so beautiful. Thus, he naturally placed it on Xiaoyan's thigh. Xiaoyan forced herself to hold back again. I want to see how far you can go today. Her heart was pounding, but she gritted her teeth. Dog, don't go overboard today. But Xiaoduo felt that he had achieved a major breakthrough. So he behaved for a few minutes and then began to slide down. Sister Yin Yin, your pants are so slippery. What material are they made of? Are they all flowers? Let me touch it. It's so slippery. It's made of good material. It must be very comfortable to wear, right? Xiaoduo's heart almost jumped out of his mouth. His mouth was dry, but he still pretended to seriously examine Xiaoyan's pants. He slowly stroked it with one hand, feeling the infinitely beautiful touch. His soul floated. These thighs are so long. If I take them off, Xiaoyan held back. But the next moment, damn mosquito, how dare you bite my Nyan cat? Xiaoduo saw that Xiaoyan didn't react and thought that she had acquiesced. He thought that his plan had succeeded. Then, He cursed the mosquito, and one hand quickly launched a surprise attack on Zhuo Xiaoyan's towering breasts. Bang! Zhuo Xiaoduo flew out and fell on the floor. He was dizzy and said miserably, "There really was a mosquito. There really was a mosquito." Zhuo Xiaoyan walked over with a cold face and picked up Zhuo Xiaoduo. "Come, let's enter your pagoda. I want to exchange pointers with you. After the sparring, I believe that you can put away all your wicked ideas." That night, Zhuo Xiaoyan beat Zhuo Xiaoduo 8 times in the space exterminating pagoda. The sky was still dark. Now, one day in the Tower of Emptiness was equivalent to 30 days outside. One night in the Tower of Emptiness was equivalent to half a month. Zhuo Xiaoyan was tired from beating Zhuo Xiaoduo. He took out his tent and began to cultivate in the Tower of Annihilation. However, he did not forget to chase Zhuo Xiaoduo out of the Tower of Annihilation. "Xiaoduo, I will cultivate here for the next few days," Zhuo Xiaoyan said. "I still need to take the Jiuxiao spiritual water. After all, I have just broken through to the cloud realm, and my foundation is not stable yet. I don't want to fall behind like Dad said. I will cultivate in the Tower of Annihilation for 2 days. When I feel that my foundation is stable enough, I can take it." Okay, this was a serious matter. Zhuo Xiaoduo had no reason to refuse. However, Zhuo Xiaoduo knew that he had been tricked when he went out. Sister Xiaoyan had a good reason. However, behind this reason, it meant that he would not be able to see her for at least 2 days. He would not even have a chance to fight her. So Xiaoduo rushed in to argue with Zhuo Xiaoyan, only to find that Zhuo Xiaoyan was really meditating. No matter how unwilling Zhuo Xiaoduo was, he did not dare to disturb her. He could only sigh. Fortunately, Zhuo Xiaoyan came out of the Tower of Annihilation in the morning. Zhuo Xiaoduo was relieved. Actually, Zhuo Xiaoyan couldn't think of it, but they just got engaged. So Xiaoduo wasn't the only one who couldn't hold it in. So Xiaoyan was also the same. She felt like something was missing if she didn't see this sneaky dog face for a day. After coming out, Zhuo Xiaoyan realized that the concession she made at night was definitely the most unwise concession she had ever made, because Zhuo Xiaoduo had already treated it as normal. Seeing Zhuo Xiaoyan making breakfast, he walked over naturally and put his arm around her waist, whispering, "Are you doing it again?" Looking at the arm around her waist, looking at Zhuo Xiaoduo's calm and natural face, Luo Xiaoyan felt embarrassed. How could Zhuo Xiaoyan not know how serious her mistake was this time? She protested again and again, but Zhuo Xiaoduo argued, "It was fine last night, but not today. We are engaged. Isn't it normal for us to do anything? Besides, I just put my arm around your waist. Did I do anything else? No, I just put my arm around your waist, right? Then why are you in such a hurry? Don't worry, I will definitely respect you." After breakfast, they sat on the sofa and chatted. Zhuo Xiaoduo was already able to sit beside Zhuo Xiaoyan without any change in his expression. He held Zhuo Xiaoyan's hand with one hand and put his other arm around her waist. Openly and openly, Zhuo Xiaoyan felt uncomfortable all over. Her body was stiff. Her parents were sitting opposite her. Then Zhuo Xiaoduo suddenly yawned and said that he was very sleepy. He actually fell down onto Zhuo Xiaoyan's lap. Zhuo Xiaoyan's pink face instantly turned red. Opposite them, Zhuo Changlu and Wu Yuding were surprised. Progress. So fast. He had already started to rest on her lap, and in front of the two of them, this dog is really something. "Mom, look at him." Zhuo Xiaoyan pursed her lips, feeling wronged. "Tell me about your son." As she spoke, she pushed Zhuo Xiaoduo, but she didn't use much strength. Wu Yuding rolled her eyes and thought to herself, "If you don't want him to, would he be so powerful as to rest on your lap? Look at the way you pushed him. Are you pushing him or touching him?" "I can't control him," Wu Yuding hinted. "You have to control yourself." Zhuo Xiaoyan was at a loss and was speechless for a long time. "How can I control myself? I've already taken precautions that... But don't you know how thick-skinned your son is?" Zhuo Xiaoduo got up embarrassedly and laughed. He scratched his head and said, "Dad, Mom, it's normal for an engaged couple." "I know." Zhuo Changlu rolled his eyes. His face was red, and he got up to sunbathe. It seemed that as a father-in-law, it wasn't appropriate for him to be involved in these matters, that Wu Yuding waved at Zhuo Xiaoyan and led Zhuo Xiaoyan out. Zhuo Xiaoduo stuck his head out to eavesdrop, but Wu Yuding locked him in the room. Nian Nian, you're too lenient on him, Wu Yuding said. Let me tell you, you have to be more persistent. What? Insist that your clothes are still on and that your chest doesn't fall. That's enough. Wu Yuding held Zhuo Xiaoyan's little head and whispered, once a girl's chest falls, it's basically a total collapse. If you don't want to fall so early, you can't let him succeed. Zhuo Xiaoyan stroked her chest, her pretty face red. You're really too lenient on him. Wu Yuding sighed. For a long time, you coaxed him when he was young. When you were a little older, you played with him. When you were a little older, you took care of him for everything. You thought about him for everything. Although in your daily interactions with your brother, you seem to be in a strong and dominant position. But in reality, you always gave in to him and gave in to him. When he's unhappy or uncomfortable, you're more anxious than he is. As soon as Xiao Duo cries or feels uncomfortable, you'll immediately give in to him. It's a habit that's been formed for a long time. Sigh. Wu Yuding stroked her daughter's hair lovingly. Think about it. When he can't cultivate, are you more anxious than he is? Zhuo Xiaoyan lowered her head. Wu Yuding was right. That was indeed the case. Although she beat him up sometimes when she was angry, it didn't hurt at all. This caused this guy to immediately smile and do what he was supposed to do. It's hard to change your attitude. Wu Yuding sighed. I don't want to change. Zhuo Xiaoyan lowered her head. I should give in to him. I'm older than him. Her bright eyes turned. Thinking of Zhuo Xiaoyan's sneaky look, she couldn't help but smile. Wu Yuding was even more speechless. I'm giving you an idea, girl. Why do you look so sweet when you're talking? But you can't live like this as a married couple. What's the difference? Zhuo Xiaoyan widened her round eyes. Silly girl. Wu Yuding sighed. It was indeed nothing. But this little puppy was really living a happy life. Look at your face. You're willing to give anything away. There should be some rules. Yes, yes. Zhuo Xiaoyan nodded fiercely. Wu Yuding knew at a glance that this girl was actually not thinking about anything. She was just nodding her head instinctively. Forget it. I'll talk to the little puppy. Wu Yuding sent Zhuo Xiaoyan into the room. With a straight face, she called Zhuo Xiaoduo out. Tell me, what do you want? Wu Yuding's face was very serious. With a straight face, she glared and went straight to the point. I don't want to do anything. Zhuo Xiaoduo was confused. He scratched his head and was stunned for a while before he spoke. You child. Wu Yuding wanted to say something, but for a moment, she was a little speechless. She couldn't help but sigh. Strictly speaking, everything Zhuo Xiaoduo did was too normal. For any pair of men and women, from having feelings for each other to becoming one, in fact, it was a process of the man constantly breaking the bottom line of the woman. And this process could only be called instinctive. Everything was natural and indisputable. Once the relationship was confirmed, how far it would develop, or how long it would take to develop to that stage, to a large extent, depended on how thick-skinned one party was. And from the traditional view, or in most cases, the progress of this relationship depended on how thick-skinned the man was. Now, the situation was like a river bursting through a dam. It took a sharp turn and was out of control. It was not that Zhuo Xiaoyan was not reserved. The main reason was that her son, Zhuo Xiaoduo, was so thick-skinned that it was rare in the world. For his goal, he could be indomitable, shameless, and persevering regardless of reputation. As for his pride, Zhuo Xiaoduo could tear it off and put it in his pocket at any time. He could even use it as a shoe pad. This was the most important reason why Nian Cat was losing ground. For the record, I'm just an author. Zhuo Xiaoduo is just a fictional character. Although Zhuo Xiaoduo is despicable, our personalities are different. I'm very righteous. I'm very open and honest. I don't smile, and I'm a man of few words. Really, please believe me. Chapter 728. Besides, Wu Yuding also understood very well. Now that a man and a woman had just gotten engaged, in such a beautiful time where they could feel an electric shock just by touching each other's hands, It was inevitable that both of them would be very curious. Every time they touched each other, it would be a brand new physical experience. It was reasonable for both of them to want to get closer to each other. Therefore, Zhuo Duo was trying everything he could think of. Xiao Nian, on the other hand, was secretly happy to see him succeed, but he was also trying to resist and welcome him that actually she also wanted Duo to harass them, but Duo, I can tell you. Wu Yuding was afraid that her son would do something that he would regret for the rest of his life. Your sister Nian Yin is different from other women. Your sister Nian Yin is an astral soul with an innate ice jade constitution. That's why I keep reminding you about sister Nian Yin. Zhuo Duo widened his big eyes in confusion. Zhuo Duo was really puzzled. What was the meaning of this? Now that they were in a relationship, what did it have to do with cultivation talent? Wu Yuding said, innate ice jade constitution. I know you don't understand what it means and how important it is. I'll tell you now. Have you heard the words flawless jade? Yes. Zhuo Duo nodded vigorously. Nian Yin's constitution belongs to this type. I'm warning you seriously. Before she reaches the perfect ice jade constitution, you can't act rashly. In other words, you can't damage her chastity. Do you understand now? Zhuo Duo grimaced. Mom, can you explain it more clearly? When you're born as a human, you have 3 perfect stages in your life. When you're in your mother's body, you have a perfect innate constitution. Everything you breathe in is innate qi. Everything you feed is innate soul. This is the first perfect stage. However, once you're born and come into contact with the mortal world, this perfect stage will be broken immediately. This is unavoidable for any cultivator, no, anyone. And in this world, even breathing and every component of clothing, food, housing, and transportation are filled with impurities. That's why perfection is broken. And there's a realm in the cultivation of martial arts, and it's called rebirth. Or, you'll know if it's another name. It's called flying heavens. Flying? Isn't Fei Tian, the cultivation realm above, returning profound? What does it have to do with rebirth? Isn't the so-called flying to the heavens another way of saying that a person has transcended the mortal world? And cultivators who have reached this stage must transform their mortal bodies into the state of Xiantian perfection. Only then can they truly fly to the heavens and truly break away from the mortal world. Now, this is the second perfection of man. Wu Yuding said, to be more clear, before your sister Nian Yin breaks through to the Sky Soar realm, you must not destroy her chastity. Once she loses her virginity, it will be a flaw in her body, and she will never be able to reach perfection. Even if she manages to break through to the Sky Soar realm, her innate ice jade physique will still be unable to reach perfection. She will still have flaws in her cultivation. Do you understand? Xiao Duo pouted, his face full of anger. He kept feeling that he had been duped, but he couldn't find any evidence to refute it. The names of the realms of martial arts cultivation are not given casually. You must firmly remember this. Wu Yuding sighed. Why do you need to achieve embryonic breathing before nascent soul? Then cloud transformation? Then spirit control? Then returning profound? Only after returning profound can one have hope of flying to the heavens? The connection between these is a step-by-step process. You've already cultivated for some time, but do you truly understand the true meaning of these words? If you truly understand, you'll understand what I'm saying. So as Xiao Duo said, Mom, then what about the third perfection? Wu Yuding took a light breath and said indifferently, the third perfection. Up until now, no one has been able to reach it, because this realm is called great perfection. It's an unattainable and unreachable realm. It's real, yet illusory. She sighed slightly. Perhaps someone would be able to reach it soon, because although she and her husband had used his hand to intercept his providence and nurture their son, increasing karma. However, it also made up for the biggest flaw of the mortal dust transformation, that as long as that person could see through this layer of karma, they would be able to achieve great perfection, just like immortal ascension. I see. So Xiao Duo carefully recalled the past. He recalled every little thing that had happened since he entered the Tao. Martial disciple, martial master, connate, embryonic breathing, core essence. And after that, nascent soul, cloud transformation, spirit control, returning profound, flying heaven. These realms seem to really indicate something. With a sudden realization, Zhuo seemed to have truly understood something. There was a very clear line in this. I want to explain it here. This explanation is too long. If you don't understand, leave a message. I'll find a chance to add a chapter. If you can understand, I won't. It's good that you understand. Wu Yuding said, remember, before your sister Nian Yin flies into the sky, you can do anything. The only thing you can't touch is that last step. Understand? Understood. Zhuo Xiaoduo's face was gloomy and listless. All right, you can go and practice now. Wu Yuding sent Zhuo Xiaoduo away. Zhuo Xiaoduo walked back with his head drooped. However, his depression only lasted for a few minutes before he slowly became spirited again. Actually, it's nothing. It's just that I can't break through that last step for the time being. What's the big deal? Nian Yin Cat was originally guarding against me like I was guarding against hooligans. It's not easy for me to break through. Now, Mother has given me enough indication. I have to be tactful. Besides, it's just that I can't break through the last step. As for the rest, I can still do whatever I want. The fun in this. Zhuo Xiaoduo shook his head and wagged his tail again. It's not necessarily any less. Hence, he howled and went straight to Zhuo Xiaoyan, jumping and jumping. Zhuo Changlu came to Wu Yuding's side with a smile. Did you trick her? Yes, I did. Besides, it's not a trick. It's the truth. Wu Yuding rolled her eyes. Yes. Wu Yuding sighed and said with a conflicted expression, we have to scare this kid. Look at your daughter. She's basically defenseless now. She's even very indulgent. She's enjoying it, even though she wants to reject it. If we don't trick this kid, who knows, your daughter might be sent away in a few days. Zhuo Changlu smacked his lips and felt depressed. If there's anything you don't like about your son or daughter, or if there's anything you're worried about, you keep saying, your daughter, your son. Then, when your son or daughter becomes successful and improves, you keep saying, my son is awesome. My daughter is awesome. Your differential treatment is simply too obvious. So, if there's something good, it's your son or daughter. If you're naughty or angry, it's your son or daughter. For you to have such double standards, you should represent the mainland to negotiate with the UMNO alliance. That's the best way to make the best use of your talents. Thinking of this, Zhuo Changlu sighed. His wife was famous for her double standards. Back then, she represented the mainland to negotiate with the UMNO alliance many times. It was said that the few great shamans who talked to her all got emphysema when they went back. Now, there won't be any problems in the short term. As long as this kid really cares about Nian Yin and loves her, he won't do anything rash even if Nian Yin is sent to bed now. Not only is this kid patient, but he's also much more patient than ordinary people. He's an anomaly. Wu Yuding was very confident in her son's ability to do this. Zhuo Changlu was speechless. Do you think it's necessary? Necessary? Wu Yuding glared and said, if you don't scare this kid, our grandson might be born next year. Do you still have to doubt this? Isn't it better to have a grandson? Zhuo Changlu was puzzled. Idiot! Wu Yuding said angrily. How many more days can we stay in this secular world? This time, we have to break through when we go back. Then, we have to return. This fusion of body and soul. No matter how smooth the progress is, it'll take time, right? If there's no enlightenment, it'll take at least a year, right? If there's any enlightenment during this time, you won't be able to come out without 3 years. At most, we can only come out for a walk occasionally. We can't let this dog know our true identity. Do you have time to take care of the child? If we have a grandson and he comes out during this time, what will we do? Can the two of them take care of him well? If you give him a kitten or a puppy, they'll probably have a lot of fun. But the child, think about it. Wu Yuding said disdainfully, your son is so despicable now, and you still expect him to teach my grandson well. Your son is so despicable. I'm afraid he won't teach my grandson well. Listen to this. Zhuo Changlu was speechless. He was angry but didn't dare to say anything. But when he thought about it, It seemed to make sense. Even if it wasn't for this, the war was about to start. The Demon Alliance's return was imminent, and the three continents were actively preparing for war. At such a delicate time, it was indeed inappropriate to have a child. It was better to raise their cultivation and stay alive first. Once they had a child, Nian Yin would miss at least 2 years of cultivation time. This was the golden time before the war. Thus, he didn't object. Zhuo Changlu, who had completed his own strategy, nodded vigorously. You did the right thing. Then he said, but when we come out, when our safety is basically guaranteed, if they haven't reached the Ascension Realm. Wu Yuding rolled her eyes. When the time comes, you can tell them that you remembered wrongly and then told your mother. Then, your mother didn't know and told the two of you that it wasn't like that. Now, the two of you can do anything. Then she sighed. Actually, it's best if they reach the Ascension Realm. Not only will they have a long way to go, but a child born from a consummate body will also be good. Zhuo Changlu was speechless and looked at the sky. It turned out that he still had to take the blame for this. The heavens took pity on him. He didn't even say a word. So, he was the kind of person who would only show up when he needed to be used. But under his wife's threatening gaze, Zhuo Changlu could only choose one path. You're right. Cough, you're right. Chapter 729. It was 9:30 in the morning. So Xiaoduo absorbed all the heat in the Tower of Annihilation as usual. So Xiaoduo once again entered the Tower of Annihilation to cultivate. So Xiaoduo tried his best to act like a mature and elegant father. He tried his best to show that he had a wife now. He was an adult. He had to be elegant and elegant. That was probably the attitude. A certain person was sitting on a stone table in the courtyard with a book in his hand. He had an air of elegance about him as he sipped his tea elegantly while reading. Occasionally, he would look at the book and smile. He nodded thoughtfully. He seemed to be saying, I understand. I'm improving again. I'm not tired of reading. In the courtyard of the villa, the grass was green. A cool breeze blew. The sky was blue and the clouds were white. Zhuo Xiaoduo was wearing a white robe, sitting on the stone platform in a carefree manner. He was holding a book, looking like a learned scholar. From a visual point of view, this scene was really a very pure and beautiful painting. Li Chenglong felt like he was in a dream. He came back from afar and walked into the villa in a daze. He saw Zhuo Xiaoduo's white robe fluttering in the wind. He looked like an immortal. You're back. Zhuo Xiaoduo smiled elegantly. He did not show his teeth, and his eyes did not move from the book. What a picture of an elegant gentleman reading. Then, he lowered his eyebrows and said in a calm voice, It's good that you're back. Li Chenglong was stunned. He rubbed his eyes and looked again. Finally, he was sure that the person in front of him was Zhuo Xiaoduo. Then, he realized something else. Boss, why are you holding the book upside down? Li Chenglong was very surprised. What are you up to this time? Putting on a show? What are you doing? Zhuo Xiaoduo was stunned. He took a closer look at the book in his hand. Damn it, it was really upside down. He angrily threw the book to the ground, gritted his teeth, and jumped up. He flew into a rage out of humiliation. Swollen, if I don't beat you to death today. Li Chenglong immediately screamed and turned around to flee. He was as anxious as a stray dog and as busy as a fish that had escaped the net. Zhuo Xiaoduo chased after him fiercely. Behind him, Grandma Shi, Wu Yuding, and the others burst out laughing while holding their stomachs out after a while. Zhuo Xiaoduo came back with Li Chenglong, whose face was all bruised and swollen. He felt a little strange. Swollen, something's not right with you today. Why are your legs so weak? You're too distracted. I can't believe I knocked you down so easily. It's a little strange. Li Chenglong's face was flushed red, and he averted his gaze. Isn't it normal that I can't beat you? Hee. Your smile is a little lewd. Zhuo Xiaoduo suddenly realized that something was wrong. He then frowned and said, The red mark on your neck. I don't remember hitting your neck, right? Li Chenglong's face instantly turned red. It's nothing. It's nothing even if you hit me. Zhuo Xiaoduo became more and more suspicious. He rolled his eyes and seemed to have understood something. He couldn't help but click his tongue twice. He circled Li Chenglong twice and said sarcastically, Swollen, what did you do last night? Didn't you go home last night? That's a big mistake. Hmm? Why don't you tell me the truth? It was only now that he realized that this guy's luck with women had spread out and covered him completely. This guy didn't do anything good last night. Don't be so loud. Li Chenglong was embarrassed and didn't know what to do. He pulled Zhuo Xiaoduo and ran into his room. Let's talk in a room. Let's talk in a room. Zhuo Xiaoduo snorted and followed Li Chenglong into the room. What's going on? Why don't you tell me the truth? Zhuo Xiaoduo acted like a judge. Ahem. Li Chenglong's face was red. He was a little perplexed, a little reminiscing, a little pleased, and a little manly. Last night, Li Chenglong found it hard to speak. I did that. Zhuo Xiaoduo almost burst out laughing when he heard that. However, he was also very surprised. This guy had always been proud of himself as the leader of the Iron and Steel sect. He never expected that he would be enlightened and hit a home run on the same night. That was really too awesome. Swollen, I finally have a whole new level of respect for you today. Zhuo Xiaoduo sighed from the bottom of his heart. Was this really the leader of the Iron and Steel sect? Even a playboy wouldn't be able to do that. From being enlightened to being a man, it only took one night that this was simply more of a love expert than a love expert. A master. Although he didn't know if he was a man among men, he was almost there. Zhuo Xiaoduo's mouth was a little dry from talking. He poured a glass of water and said sarcastically, "What did you do? Tell me." It's just that. Li Chenglong felt like he was being bullied. He stammered, "Boss, don't laugh. Last night. Sigh, it's hard to explain. I was ruined by Xiang Bing." Ahem. Zhuo Xiaoduo directly sprayed Li Chenglong's head, face, and body. Then he coughed violently. This time, it was no exaggeration. He really choked to death. She had been ruined, that what the fuck. This sentence made Zhuo Xiaoduo's entire body flutter in the wind. It was as if he could conquer the world. You were ruined by Xiang Bing? Zhuo Xiaoduo's eyes were hanging up. Even his voice became strange. Sigh. Tell me the details. Zhuo Xiaoduo was excited. He pulled a chair over and sat opposite Li Chenglong. Yesterday afternoon, Xiang Bing suddenly said that she likes me and it was useless for me to object. She fixed me. Li Chenglong's brain was obviously short-circuited. And then, I didn't object to it. And then, Xiang Bing asked me out for a meal and a drink. And then we went for a drink. Fuck, who asked you this? What happened after the drink? And then, after the drink, Xiang Bing got drunk. Li Chenglong sighed. Drunk? The corner of Zhuo Xiaoduo's mouth twitched. Let's not talk about how a martial artist could handle alcohol. Even Xiang Bing's alcohol tolerance was not something that Li Chenglong could handle. How could she get drunk so easily? Probably only the leader of the Iron and Steel sect would believe such nonsense. Even the deputy leader of the Iron and Steel sect wouldn't believe it. Well, what happened after Xiang Bing got drunk? Then, I helped Xiang Bing out of the restaurant. At that time, the neon lights on the street were so beautiful. Little Bing got drunk and insisted on looking at the neon lights. Well, what happened after looking at the neon lights? Then we walked to a hotel. It seemed to be the most high-end hotel in Fenghai, Moon Attainment Restaurant. We found out that Moon Attainment Restaurant was closed today. There were no neon lights. Xiang Bing was unhappy and insisted on dragging me to ask why there were no neon lights here. The neon lights were so beautiful. Zhuo Xiaoduo's mouth twitched. Xiang Bing's scheme was a bit deep. And then we went in and asked. Tonight, it was actually intentional. The people in Moon Attainment Restaurant said that we deliberately created this phenomenon. As long as someone walked in, the first person who walked in would be the heavenly VIP today. This kind of event hasn't happened in decades. Today, it was a sudden inspiration from a boss. Cough, cough. A sudden inspiration. It was so fucking good. Then, Deware Restaurant put up a neon sign because of us, but they still didn't open for business today. They only served us. Then, they gave us a high-end banquet. They said it was VIP treatment. Then, Xiang Bing suddenly wanted to drink. She pulled me and wouldn't let me leave. Li Chenglong's expression was very strange. As we drank, Xiangbing got drunk again. She said that she wanted to sleep. Then, she pulled me to check if the Deer Moon restaurant was clean or not. After that, we went into the most luxurious Emperor's suite. Zhui Xiaoduo's eyes sparkled. And then Xiangbing said I smelled. She told me to take a shower. And after the shower, as soon as I came out, Xiangbing pulled me around in circles. After a few rounds, she pushed me onto the bed. Zhui Xiaoduo licked his lips, his eyes shining. Then, she forced herself on you. You didn't resist? At that time, she suddenly pressed on top of me without any warning. Then, Li Chenglong suddenly quivered and tilted his head. I can't say the rest. Fuck. Zhui Xiaoduo was furious. We were just talking about the benefits, and you're not going to continue? Do you think you're a platinum god who writes novels? Have you encountered a harmonious plot? No, continue. How dare you keep me in suspense? How dare you? Do you think I won't stab you with a knife? Then, I was violated. Do you really want to hear the whole process? Li Chenglong looked conflicted. I didn't expect you, Zhui Xiaoduo, to be this kind of person. I'm this kind of person. I want to hear the whole process. What's the point of just telling me the ending? I'm also confused about the whole process. I don't know why. Anyway, it was until this morning. Li Chenglong coughed. Xiangbing went home. She asked me to help her apply for leave. And then? That's it. You didn't sleep the whole night? Zhui Xiaoduo was shocked. Cough, cough, cough. Yes. Really? Zhui Xiaoduo couldn't help but be speechless. This idiot. Our leader is no longer single. Fuck, this idiot is even faster than me. And he spent the whole night. Being violated the whole night? You're really a fucking bull. Zhui Xiaoduo took a book and rolled out a microphone. Li Chenglong, let's have an interview. After you were defiled, and defiled several times at that, what are your thoughts? Li Chenglong coughed and sat up straight. In a very formal voice, he said, I thank the leaders of the mainland, the government, and the soldiers for creating a peaceful environment. I thank this environment for allowing my parents to get married. I thank my parents for raising me and giving birth to a man. I thank Xiangbing for violating me. This feeling is actually quite good. Ha ha. Chapter 730. Zhui Xiaoduo laughed so hard that he fell from the chair to the ground. He held his stomach and laughed uncontrollably. So a bastard like you actually understood everything. Yet you allowed her to defile you. Fuck, how can this be considered as being forced? It's more like being pushed and pushed. Zhui Xiaoduo was almost out of breath. Actually, I didn't understand until I got to the Yue restaurant. Li Chenglong sighed and said, but at that time, if I left, I was afraid that I would leave Xiaobing with a lifelong regret. So I could only choose to sacrifice my chastity. Swollen's face was full of helplessness. Bah, Zhui Xiaoduo said disdainfully. Bah, your face is full of shit. Li Chenglong, how can you say something like that? I, Zhui Xiaoduo, have really misjudged you. Li Chenglong laughed and scratched his head. What about now? Zhui Xiaoduo asked. I'll marry her. Li Chenglong was very determined. I will definitely marry her, so I need your help. What help? Zhui Xiaoduo asked. Uncle Zhua and Auntie Zhua are both here. They happen to be from Phoenix City too. Actually, my parents will be here in a few days. I can't wait for them. I have to give them an explanation for what happened last night. Or else, Xiaobing will be very sad. Li Chenglong looked serious. I want to ask Uncle Zhua and Auntie Zhua to be the matchmaker for me. I'll propose marriage today. At least we have to settle the marriage first. Then, when my parents are here, we'll make arrangements. Zhui Xiaoduo nodded. That's not a problem. You're my brother. My parents are similar to yours. Suddenly, he realized something. Wow, Swollen, you're using your little tricks on me? You didn't call me in to tell me how you were raped. You just wanted me to do something for you. Li Chenglong grabbed Zhui Xiaoduo's hand and begged. Boss, help me, help me. Forget it, forget it. I'll talk to my dad now. I think he'll agree. Zhui Xiaoduo rolled his eyes. Li Chenglong beamed with joy. Thank you, thank you. Ha ha. Why aren't you going? Go quickly. What time is it? All right. You're really something. You're really something. Zhui Xiaoduo tapped Li Chenglong's nose again and again. Li Chenglong, I'll remember you. He turned around and opened the door. That's basically what happened. Zhuo Xiaoduo looked at his father. Zhuo Changlu sighed. All right, your mom and I will agree. He glanced at Zhuo Xiaoduo and thought to himself, Kid, you probably don't know how much good you've done for your brother, right? Are your parents the kind of matchmakers who can casually act as matchmakers? A fucking Sky Patrol minister and his wife acting as matchmakers. In this world, since ancient times, there had only been one pair. That was Yin Zhonghu and Bai Yinduo, the king of Zhuolu and his wife. But that pair was his own disciple. It was the first time in his life that he had acted as a matchmaker for someone unrelated to him. Li Chenglong's face was as high as the sky. But after thinking about it, he still asked cautiously, Don't you know how to read people's faces? This Li Chenglong, what do you think of his future achievements? Is there a need to read people's faces? Zhuo Xiaoduo was puzzled. Obviously, he didn't think that his father had any scruples and wouldn't be so willing to act as a matchmaker. Zhuo Zhonglu smiled meaningfully and said, You're good at physiognomy and qi divination. So, you should know that the concept of a person's luck isn't nonsense. Of course. Zhuo Xiaoduo said, Well, fate does exist. Zhuo Changlu said lightly, For example, there are many ordinary young people getting married now. You know about wedding cars, right? Yes. There was a time when wedding cars were very particular. The more expensive, the better. This was because it could make the groom and the bride proud. However, there was one thing that had to be paid attention to, and that was whether the fate of the bride and groom could withstand the transport of a luxury car that was too high-end. For example, when a bride got married, her wedding car was worth $10 million. But this wedding car was the only luxury car that the bride had ever sat in her entire life. Why? Because her fate wasn't enough, the car backfired on her. On the day of the wedding, the bride's fate had reached the peak of her life. Her fate would be affected by the car she sat in. It's taboo for ordinary private luxury cars to be used as a wedding car for others. But this isn't the most terrible and taboo thing. If the bride's fate couldn't overcome the extravagance of the car, then the bride's fate would be taken away by the car, causing her fate to be damaged. This is the backfire of the car that I mentioned just now. Zhuo Zhonglu smiled. So, do you understand now? Zhuo Xiaoduo instantly understood. You mean, you're worried that Li Chenglong's fate can't withstand the matchmaking between you and Mom? Zhuo Changlu smiled. That's what I mean. Although it's a little self-inflating, but on this continent, there aren't many people who can withstand the matchmaking of your dad and mom at the same time. Zhuo Xiaoduo thought for a while and said, Dad, don't worry. Swollen's fate is quite good. It can be said that he has the potential to soar to the sky. According to my current fortune-telling skills, Swollen's future achievements will be at the pinnacle of the continent. Zhuo Changlu's eyes narrowed. The pinnacle of the continent? Are you serious? Zhuo Xiaoduo nodded seriously and said, Yes, I'm sure of this. Zhuo Changlu's face became serious. Do you know what the pinnacle of the continent means? I don't know, Zhuo Xiaoduo said honestly. Physiognomy is based on cultivation. For example, I can't see the physiognomy and fate of people with high cultivation because these people can hide all these. Of course, the higher my cultivation, the more I can see through the cultivator's fate, the clearer it will be. Zhuo Changlu said faintly, This is how it should be. You should know that the way of heaven has its basis, but fate has its flaws. If a cultivator who has entered the way of cultivation is seen by others, then his opponent can use this to plot against him. However, with Li Chenglong's cultivation and strength, I can see that his face is that of a dragon soaring through the sky. His fate is that of the clouds above the 9 heavens. I can't be wrong about that. Flying dragon soaring in the sky above the clouds. Although Zhuo Changlu didn't know much about fortune-telling, he could still hear how awesome these two evaluations were. He couldn't help but ponder. After a while, he asked, What about you? Me? Zhuo Xiaoduo giggled. Li Chenglong's face and fate are awesome, but they are more of an auxiliary to his achievements. And I'm in the main position. Zhuo Changlu's facial muscles twitched. He looked at his son curiously. Son, do you mean that you're more awesome than Li Chenglong? more awesome than a flying dragon soaring in the sky, above the clouds. It's been hard on you. You took a big turn and even used my words to show off in front of me. Then it's fine. I'll agree with your mother. Tomorrow. Well, we'll go to the matchmaker this afternoon. Zhuo Changlu agreed immediately. Great, it's settled then. I thank you on behalf of Li Chenglong. Get lost. Well, someone will come this afternoon. You can try to see this person's fate. Zhuo Changlu said. Okay, as long as she restrains her cultivation, I can see some clues. Restraining her cultivation? That's easy. Zhuo Changlu agreed. Outside Fenghai City, Bai Yunduo stood in the void in a white dress. She took the space rings from the people who came from all directions. She opened them and poured out a huge amount of Astral Soul's jade powder. Dust filled the sky as far as the eye could see. At this moment, there was a huge pile on the ground. And this was just the beginning. There were still people coming in. The smallest ring was about a dozen cubic meters, and the more there were more than 100 cubic meters. Just like that, the powder continued to be poured out. After pouring, they left immediately. Bai Yunduo sat cross-legged in the air. Her voice penetrated the ears of everyone who came. After you leave here, forget about this immediately. Yes, many people were shocked. What kind of strict confidentiality was this? But for this little bit of Astral Soul's jade powder, was it worth it? Why was this matter so strange? At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the amount Bai Yunduo asked for had been exceeded, and there was still a steady flow of it. After a whole day, there was a majestic mountain of Astral Soul's jade powder below. At 3 o'clock, Bai Yunduo called for a guard, and then disappeared with a whoosh. She went to Fenghai City. Come to the villa in Fenghai City and ask for directions. Bring the Void Destruction Pagoda. Zhuo Changlu sent a message. Bai Yunduo did not dare to be negligent. She tore the space apart and crossed over in an instant. Zhuo Changlu and Zhuo Xiaoduo, father and son, were playing chess on the stone table in the villa's courtyard. The two of them took one step at a time and were in the midst of a fierce battle. Someone outside the door coughed. A woman in white walked in with a smile. Master, can I ask for directions? Zhuo Changlu stood up enthusiastically. Come in, come in. Since you're here, you're a guest. How can I help you? The woman in white had sweat stains on her face. She said, I'm in a hurry. Is it convenient for you to ask for a glass of water? Zhuo Zhanglu laughed. What's wrong with that? Zhuo Xiaoduo poured a glass of water. Zhuo Changlu leaned over to his son's ear. Xiaoduo, look at her. Bai Yunduo, who was holding a glass of water, was dumbfounded. What did he mean? Let your son look at me? I already have a husband. You're the one who makes the decision. Zhuo Xiaoduo looked up. His first impression was that she was somewhat familiar, as if he had seen her somewhere before. But if he had seen this beautiful, noble, and generous woman before, he would have an impression of her. But the woman in front of him was completely unfamiliar. After a glance, he already had a rough idea of her face. He nodded at Zhuo Changlu and signaled him to take a good look. He said to his father through telepathy, it would be better if she could write. But it doesn't matter now. I already have a good understanding of her. Chapter 731. Zhuo Changlu laughed, indicating that he understood. On the other side, Bai Yunduo asked, can you tell me how to get to the rubble field in the southwest of Fenghai City? Zhuo Changlu said in surprise, that's not a good place to go. There are a lot of meteorites there. If you don't pay attention, you will be injured. Why do I know about that place? Bai Yunduo chuckled and said, I heard that there's a stone pit over there. All the Star Soul jade powder that we've accumulated in the past has been thrown over there. Originally, there was nothing for me to do, but during this period of time, everyone has gone out, so I had to personally make a trip and throw the accumulated Star Soul jade powder over there. So Xiaoduo's eyes lit up. Throw the Astral Soul's jade powder there? Why throw it there? You can give it to me directly. It seemed like there were quite a lot of people who said that this kind of thing would benefit both himself and others, the more the better. He would not refuse anyone who came. So Changlu said with a smile, it's over there. Just follow the direction I pointed. You must be tired from the journey. Have a cup of tea and take a rest before you continue. Okay, thank you very much. Bayunduo sat down and drank 2 cups of water. It seemed that she was really thirsty. After drinking the water, Bayunduo suddenly broke into a smile and used her finger to write the word water on the table. She seemed to have done it subconsciously. She said, "Many thanks to Master for the water. Now that we have met by chance, such a warm family is really rare. If little brother needs anything in the future, just these 2 cups of water are enough for me to repay you. Goodbye." Bayunduo stood up and flew away as if she was in a hurry. This person is not simple, Dad. Zhuoxiaoduo saw that Bayunduo had gone far. He sensed carefully and said with a dignified face, "How is she not simple? This woman's fate is extraordinary. It can be said to be indescribably precious. Moreover, her status is so high that it's frightening. Her luck is so strong, her status is so high, and her cultivation is so thick. All of them are rare." Zhuoxiaoduo said, "Such a person coincidentally came to our house to drink a cup of water." "Huh?" Zhuochanglu asked, "Is she really that lucky?" "I only said that her life is precious, but that might not be the case." Zhuoxiaoduo said, "Although this woman's luck is extremely strong and can be said to be exuberant, her fate is not necessarily good. In fact, I should say that it's very bad." Zhuochanglu frowned. "Oh, this woman is now protected by great virtue and has great providence. She has entered the Tao and cultivated smoothly. Everything else is also going smoothly, but her luck will only last for a few years. The future may not be so good." Zhuochanglu's interest was piqued. "Why do you say that? Can you be more specific?" "This woman's fate is to die alone. Moreover, the main event will be in the near future. It's extremely difficult to avoid." Zhuoxiaoduo sighed. "She had a happy childhood and a happy youth. She has a long life of good fortune and has been protected for thousands of years. However, there's always a difference in luck. There is no perfect life. Her chin is slightly short. This is not a problem for ordinary people. However, she is a high-level martial artist with a long lifespan. This is a problem. In my opinion, her fate is to die alone. She will die after her husband. Moreover, there's a murderous aura in her canopy. It's conflicting with each other, indicating that her luck is overflowing." Zhuoxiaoduo said, "In 3 to 5 years. She will die after her husband. After that, she will be alone for life until she dies of old age." Zhuochanglu took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "Is this true?" Zhuoxiaoduo said solemnly, "Dad, I'm telling the truth. Moreover, look at the word she wrote. Water. Water is a good thing. It's the source of life. However, the word she wrote now is full of the meaning of moving clouds and flowing water. It's free and easy. However, in a sense, the word eternity has no head. Without eternity, there's only distance left. What is distance? The distance between life and death is the farthest. Eternity without a head, there's only water left. Where does water go? No matter where it goes, it has to go. It has to flow. It has to go. Women are also known as flowers and beauties. Women themselves occupy the word flower. At this moment, she wrote the word water again. After writing it, she immediately left. It's still going. Dad, this faintly reveals the character of falling flowers and flowing water, Zhuoxiaoduo said. From this, it can be inferred that there will be a great battle in 3 to 5 years. She and her husband should have met with misfortune in this great battle. Defeated, falling flowers and flowing water. Today, she occupies the word go. Where is she going? She inquired about the southwest today. What is the southwest? It's where the ghost city is. Exactly. Falling flowers and flowing water, spring is gone. Heaven on earth. Zhuoxiaoduo sighed softly. Defeated, falling flowers and flowing water, it's a great loss. Spring is gone. Spring is gone forever. Since it's gone forever, it's separated by life and death. Therefore, from then on, one is in heaven and the other is in the mortal world. Zhuochanglu's expression changed slightly. Falling flowers and flowing water, spring is gone. Heaven on earth, there's no day to meet again. 3 years later, within 5 years. Great battle great defeat, falling flowers, and flowing water. Zhuo Changlu took a deep breath. His voice was solemn. How confident are you in this judgment? Zhuo Xiaoduo laughed and said, Dad, if it was someone else who saw it and asked, I can only say that it's up to the heavens to believe it or not. But since you asked, I can tell you directly that I'm 100% confident. 100% confident. Zhuo Changlu's mood suddenly became heavy, and he said, as the saying goes, there's always a way to break it. Since you can see the key point, do you have a way to break it? I think that woman is a kind person. If there's a way to save her, why don't we form a good relationship? Zhuo Xiaoduo sighed. If it was simple, I would have said it just now. This is a life and death tribulation, the fate of yin and yang husband and wife. Is there really no way? Zhuo Changlu's tone turned bitter. It's not completely impossible, Zhuo Xiaoduo said. Tell me, if we want to avoid this disaster, we need someone who can suppress the bad luck. And we only need to find someone whose luck can suppress the bad luck. Then we can defy the heavens and change our fate. But it's very difficult to break the tribulation. I'm afraid the difficulty is no less than Sister Nian's soul-cleansing tribulation. Maybe you can put it more clearly. In fact, the reason is simple. This is a dead end, and in the end, it's a war. But this war is the heavenly Tao's killing trap, and it's hard to avoid. Even a virtuous person like that woman can't avoid it. With the tribulation in front, the war is unavoidable, and the killing trap can't be eliminated. The only thing that can be changed is the outcome. So Xiaoduo said, the heavenly Tao's killing trap doesn't care about the outcome. No matter who wins or loses, the heavenly Tao will take the fate of the defeated party, so it doesn't matter who the prodigal is. If you want to help them overcome the tribulation, you just need to throw the two of them under the command of someone who is sure to win the battle and has great luck. This tribulation will be avoided, or perhaps it will be resolved. But how can that be done easily? Zhuo Changlu was deep in thought. Dad, don't think about that nonsense. That woman's fate is not something that ordinary people like us can touch. Zhuo Xiaoduo couldn't help but find it a little funny. Dad looked like he had a lot of power in his hands now, and he actually wanted to control that kind of killing trap. That was not something to be joked about. Zhuo Changlu was not convinced. Why is it useless? You've already pointed out the key point. Isn't it a blessing to resolve the tribulation? Zhuo Xiaoduo sighed and said lazily, Dad, it's easy for me to tell you, but it's not that easy to really defy the heavens and change one's fate. Usually, a battle can happen anywhere. But when it comes to war, it can only happen on the battlefield. Do you understand the difference? War and battle are two different things. Yes, of course. And the heavenly Tao's killing trap is a war. It's definitely not a battle. And it's the most extreme war. Zhuo Xiaoduo picked out the words first. That's right, Zhuo Changlu admitted. And since it's a war, since it's a battlefield, then, in the world now, the only place that can be called a battlefield is the Four Directions lands, the territories that are commanded by the Four Directions marshals. If one of the wars is destined to be lost, the prerequisite for winning is to change the marshal over there. Dad, what do you think? What level of ability do you have to change a marshal? At least, do you have it? Zhuo Xiaoduo laughed very mockingly. Seeing his dad being defeated in front of him, Zhuo Xiaoduo felt a subtle sense of pleasure, as if he had replaced his dad and become the head of the family. Dad, I know you're a master, but can you change the marshal? It's not that I look down on you. Zhuo Changlu was deep in thought and didn't respond for a long time. This is just the Four Directions battlefield. What if there are commanders with higher positions, such as the left and right heavenly kings, who are commanding this war that is destined to be lost? Then, Dad, can you change the left heavenly king or the right heavenly king? I don't know if there are commanders with higher positions than the left and right heavenly kings. If there are, will you change them too? Zhuo Xiaoduo concluded and said, Dad, don't worry about it. Some good karma can be formed, but some are really beyond our ability. At least, this fate can't be changed. Zhuo Changlu sighed deeply. What a pity, what a pity. Don't feel pity for others. It's useless. Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't think much of it. This woman suddenly came to his house and asked for directions. Naturally, there were too many things that didn't make sense. But how could Zhuo Xiaoduo suspect that his dad was scheming against him? It was impossible. Zhuo Changlu was silent for a while and said, Xiaoduo, what do you think of this woman's luck and fate compared to Li Chenglong's? Zhuo Xiaoduo's face revealed a look of disdain as he said, Dad, you're underestimating Swollen Beauty. This woman is indeed very powerful, but compared to Swollen Beauty, she's still quite a distance away. They're on two completely different levels. Even if you can't say that the difference is like heaven and earth, it's more like it. Cough, cough, cough. This time, Zhuo Changlu really couldn't help it. Chapter 732. Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't know who she was, but Zhuo Changlu did. She was the wife of the king of Zhuolu. She was one of the most powerful people in the world. Such a noble status, such luck, such a fate, compared to Li Chenglong, was actually inferior. In fact, the difference between them was like heaven and earth. It was more like it. Well, if what little doggy said was true, then this Li Chenglong was even more terrifying than him. Zhuo Changlu remembered every word of Zhuo Xiaoduo's words. Then he said, Have you made an appointment? We can go there in the afternoon or at night. Zhuo Xiaoduo said, Dad, you're wrong, right? A marriage proposal can only be done in the morning or in the morning, right? Zhuo Changlu laughed and said, When I go there, nothing is forbidden. So that night, Zhuo Xiaoduo contacted Wen Xingtian. Wen Xingtian contacted Yi Changqing, and Yi Changqing contacted Lu Yichuan. Then Xiang Quangren was sent home to wait. Then Lu Yichuan accompanied Zhuo Changlu and his wife, along with Li Chenglong and gifts, to the Xiang family to propose marriage. There were rules for a marriage proposal. The people who went to propose marriage couldn't be widowed or single. Yi Changqing and Cheng Gaing's descendants were miserable, so they couldn't go. As for Wen Xingtian, he was a senior single, so he was even less qualified. Looking at his posture of being single until the end of time, who would dare to let him go? Therefore, the person who met the requirements to go with them was Vice Principal Lu Yichuan, who had just recovered from his serious injuries. Vice Principal Gao was also qualified. He was even more qualified in the aspect of having a happy family and a lot of wives and concubines. But Vice Principal Gao had been transferred away. After going, the Xiang family was already prepared and had already agreed to it. Naturally, there was no need to pay attention to it. No matter who was the matchmaker, it was just a matter of saying a few words and going through the motions. However, Zhuo Changlu and Wu Yuding took out a gift that would be the family heirloom from now on. It was a calligraphy signed by the Sky Inspector Minister and his wife. Ice Dragon Marriage, a match made in heaven. This was a big deal. The ancestor of the Xiang family came out and shocked half the world. On the way here, this gift fell from the sky. What is this? Fate, said Zhuo Changlu was joking. Everyone had a look of, I believe you. No one knew what they were thinking. However, it was a fact that this matter had alarmed the minister. No matter who sent it, and no matter what the reason was, the minister's handwritten letter was here. These 8 words could be used as a protective talisman amulet. As long as the banner of the Sky Sentinel Throne did not fall, this protective talisman would last forever. As for why it appeared, why it was sent by someone else, none of it was important. Besides, do you think you can find a minister? To be able to obtain this piece of calligraphy in itself was a peerless opportunity. Xiang Quangren was laughing so hard that his tongue was almost tied. The minister said it, a match made in heaven. Betrothal gifts? No betrothal gifts. What betrothal gifts? We will give dowry. A huge dowry. Marry into the family? How is that possible? No matter what, we can't wrong Chenglong. Marrying off a daughter is marrying off a daughter. Why do we need to marry into the family? This is great news. Ha. The minister's calligraphy is really good. Tonight, we must drink until we are drunk. Come, let's drink. This matter is settled. Yes, we will definitely not change our mind. From today onwards, Bing Dan is the daughter-in-law of the Li family. Even the minister thinks highly of her. Our Xiang family can't be so shameless. The news spread like the wind. Instantly, the Xiang family became the #1 wealthy family in Fenghai. Countless families brought congratulatory gifts. Their ancestors and the current family head personally came to congratulate them. The Xiang family, which originally only prepared 2 tables of banquet, had a total of 400 tables by night. Moreover, they sent out a message saying, "It's too late, it's too late. We'll talk about it tomorrow." Then, they controlled the banquet to 400 tables. Otherwise, the Xiang family's gate would probably be broken tonight. The Xiang family was drinking. After his parents left, Xiao Duo, who was still practicing in the Void Extermination Pagoda, ran out of the house and headed southwest. Astral souls, jade powder, so much? Ha, I'm coming. Xiao Duo ran out of the city as fast as lightning. Soon, he found the place that Bai Yunduo had mentioned, where there was a lot of astral souls jade powder. With one look, he couldn't help but be disappointed. How much is this? It's only equivalent to 3 to 5 times of Old Sun's storage. Looking at the small hill of astral souls jade powder in front of him, Xiao Duo was slightly dissatisfied. However, it's better than nothing. It's a waste not to take it. Just as he took out the Void Extermination Pagoda, he didn't rush to take it. First, he went inside and moved Zhuo Xiaoyan, who was practicing, to another side where there was no obstruction. Zhuo Xiaoyan opened her eyes and looked at him. Then, she closed her eyes and let him carry her to another place. Xiao Duo almost didn't want to put her down. The feeling of holding her was too good. It was like holding a cloud. The soft touch made Xiaoduo's soul float, however, Zhuo Xiaoyan was still practicing. This level of external contact was already the limit. If he did anything else, he would either disturb Zhuo Xiaoyan's practice or trigger a backlash from Zhuo Xiaoyan. Xiao Duo used his super strong willpower to suppress some of his thoughts. He circulated his energy again and absorbed all the heat in the space that was gradually getting hot. It had to be said that Zhuo Xiaoduo's absorption of the heat in the space was getting faster and faster. The higher his cultivation, the faster the absorption. Then he jumped out. I'll take it, I'll take it, I'll take it. As he kept taking it, Xiao Duo felt that something was wrong. How could he not take it all? There wasn't much. No, why was there so much? He took a closer look and found that there was actually a huge hole below. He didn't know how deep it was, and it was filled with astral souls jade powder. Damn, I'm rich. There's so much of it. Xiao Duo was excited to see the hunt, and unconsciously started to crazily fill the Void Extermination Tower. Even with Xiaoduo's control, it still took him a full hour to dig to the bottom. Damn, there's so much of it. How did he collect it? It's too amazing, Xiao Duo exclaimed. The total amount of astral souls jade powder collected this time was at least 100 times more than what he had collected before. The Tower of Void Destruction should be full this time, right? Although the astral souls jade powder wasn't worth much, such a large amount was collected in one day. Without a powerful force, it was impossible to collect so much. In the space of the Tower of Void Destruction, Xiao Long, who was lazing around and sleeping, flew out in shock. Looking at the mountains of star-souled jade powder flying in, the already vast space of the Exterminating Space Pagoda was actually covered with a thick layer of powder. Boss, where did you get this? Why is there so much this time? Xiao Long was so excited that he started to move and consolidate the mountain range. With this, I can continue to move the mountain range inside. However, although this is a lot, it's still not enough. I have to continue moving it in the future. Xiao Long sat on the top of the mountain, looking at the space of the Tower of Void Destruction, devouring and digesting the astral souls jade powder. He was deep in thought. Should I bring Boss to the astral souls jade mine to have a look? According to Zhuo, if we continue to consume like this, we can only wait a little. The astral souls jade powder won't be enough to consume, right? Last time, Zhuo said that there aren't many top-grade astral souls jade powder left in the market. Xiao Long was pleasantly surprised by the huge amount of astral souls jade powder that he had collected, but he was also worried. Xiao Long didn't know that there weren't many top-grade astral souls jade powder left in the market, but the real reason was because of Zhuo's excessive collection. This guy had released so many star beasts that he had almost emptied all the first-grade firmament jade powder. Naturally, the first-grade firmament jade powder couldn't be emptied, so he bought them from the market to fill up his own storage. At the same time, Zhuoxiao's 9 little tigers had also emptied most of the top-grade Astral Souls jade powder from these families through the help of a few talented girls. Then there was such a huge amount of king bee spirit meat. What's more, Zhuoxiao had a capable assistant, Feng Yinhua, who had no bottom line. With this guy's current cultivation base at the Royal God Realm, the warehouses of the major clans were practically defenseless against him. Don't forget, this guy was a super lazy guy who didn't care about honor. Buy? That's so low. I won't buy. I'll steal. Recently, Feng Yinhua's theft had caused the entire Fenghai city to go after him, and the whole city was in an uproar. If Zhuoxiao hadn't given him so many resources and appointed him to work with the Gao family, he wouldn't have stopped stealing. Now, Mr. Feng didn't care about the small income he had earned before. He was the chief supervisor of material management. He had even been promoted. How could this be justified? All in all, the recent shortage and increase in price of the jade of Astral Souls in Fenghai City were all caused by Zhuoxiao. This guy was so extravagant that he built a house with top-grade Astral Souls jade powder in the space-destroying tower. All the furniture, such as the bed, table, and chairs, were made of top-grade Astral Souls jade powder. It was convenient for him to cultivate anytime and anywhere. It was obvious that this guy's extravagance was infuriating and insane. Zhuoxiao, who had finally emptied the place, was shocked when he estimated the amount of items. This jade of Astral Souls jade powder must be at least tens of thousands of cubic meters, right? After looting the store, Zhuoxiao felt guilty, which was rare for him. He had taken so much of Feng Yinhua's stock, and Feng Yinhua was obviously building a hole here. Although he didn't know what the hole was for, he knew that Feng Yinhua was doing something. Feng Yinhua looked around sneakily and hung the void transformation stone on his body. Then, he sneaked back like a thief, even faster than when he came. His heart was still pounding when he got home. That was close. I'm rich. Zhuoxiao patted his chest, still in shock. Chapter 733. Although he did not meet anyone along the way, Zhuoxiao felt that someone was watching him. Anyway, you guys threw it away. I'm just helping you guys clean up your trash. The whole continent treats the Astral Souls jade powder as trash. Even if you guys come back, I'm not afraid. It's just the market price of the Astral Souls jade powder. Zhuoxiao comforted himself. Besides, it's already exposed. There's nowhere to put more. I've helped them clean up this hole, so they can put more in the future. I'm doing a good deed. At most, I'm helping others and myself. They must be experts, and a large group of them. They must be powerful. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to get so much Astral Souls jade powder. Maybe there'll be more in the future. Anyway, they're all thrown away. Zhuoxiao thought for a while and finally decided that there should be no danger. I'll go take a look in a few days. Maybe there'll be more. Outside the city, Bai Yunduo stood in the air, invisible. She watched Zhuoxiao sneak in and out. His sneaky demeanor, careful movements, and cautious expression. She almost burst out laughing. This little junior brother was really amusing. It was prepared for him in the first place. She waved her hand and removed the space barrier. She said to the experts behind her, "Let's continue in the future. But there's no need to be in such a hurry in the future. As long as there's more, send it here. You guys only need to send it. Someone else will take over the collection." Yes. Bai Yunduo's dress fluttered as she flew into the sky. On the other side, the star's soul jade powder and the countless space rings began to pour into the hole that was already a little too big, and it continued to pour. When it was close to dawn that night, Zhuo Changlu and his wife returned with Li Chenglong, who was drunk to the point of unconsciousness. Zhuoxiao and Zhuoxiaonian had been cultivating in the dimension-destroying pagoda for 10 days. Under Zhuoxiao's persuasion, Zhuoxiaonian had no choice but to agree to practice in the same room with him. So Zhuoxiao built a small nest with top-grade Astral Souls jade in the dimension-destroying tower. Zhuo Xiaoduo even took out 10 pieces of supreme-grade jade of astral souls for the sake of cultivation. Zhuo Xiaoyan concentrated on her cultivation. While dispersing the energy in her body, she held the mysterious ice in one hand and the astral soul's jade in the other. On the other hand, Zhuo Xiaoduo had the dragon blood flying dagger in one hand and the astral soul's jade in the other. Under their buttocks, there was a big bed made of supreme-grade jade of astral soul's jade, and around them, there were layers of sealed rooms made of supreme-grade jade of astral soul's jade. If Zhuo Changlu came in to take a look at this cultivation method, he would probably scold it for being extravagant. Why don't the two of you just jump to the center of the universe to cultivate? After throwing Li Qinglong into the room, the couple looked at each other and smiled. Wu Yuting said, "This child is really lucky." Zhuo Changlu nodded and said, "According to Xiao Duo's physiognomy, this child's future achievements and opportunities will surpass that of Xiao Hu and Yun Duo." Wu Yuting was stunned. So powerful? That can't be right. Before she finished her sentence, she couldn't help but turn around to take a look. The left and right heavenly kings were definitely among the top in terms of position and cultivation on this continent. How could Li Qinglong have such great achievements? Even with Wu Yuting's temperament and experience, she was still filled with shock. Her trip today was more of a mother's feelings of obedience to her son. She felt that it was nothing for her and her husband to matchmake her son's classmate, so she didn't think too much about it. That's even better. Wu Yuting smiled and said, "I believe that with today's karma, these little guys will further support each other. We can leave with more peace of mind." Zhuo Changlu nodded and suddenly lowered his voice. "Actually, I've always had a doubt. I have an idea, but I don't dare to believe it. I can't believe it." Wu Yuting was stunned. "What?" Zhuo Changlu brought Wu Yuting back to the room and waved his hand to shield the space. Wu Yuting was shocked. "You, why did you use your cultivation?" "You," Zhuo Changlu said, "this is just a little power I held back when the shackles were suddenly broken by the bell. It's not my own strength. Don't worry." Wu Yuting was a little relieved. "What's the matter? Why do you need to be so serious? Do you remember Xiao Duo's strange dream?" Zhuo Changlu's voice was unprecedentedly heavy. "Yes, what's wrong?" Wu Yuting said. "Then do you remember, after Xiao Duo was born, when the two of us found that Xiao Duo's astral souls were unusually weak? Do you remember the surprise and surprise?" Zhuo Changlu said. Wu Yuting was deep in thought. "We were born into the mortal world and shouldn't have children. However, we did. You and I couldn't understand this point. We were puzzled for a long time. Do you still remember?" Zhuo Changlu said solemnly. "How could I forget? We were shocked for a long time and tried to find the answer. However, we couldn't find it. Later on, because Xiao Duo didn't have a chance to enter the End Realm, we gave up on it. We thought that he would spend his life like a normal person." Wu Yuting said, "And this is the first doubt that has been in my heart for a long time. The second point is, even if you and I were born into the mortal world, you are still you, and I am still me. Our child, no matter if he should come or not, no matter how suddenly he came, how could he not have martial talent? This shouldn't be the case." Zhuo Changlu's voice was heavy. Wu Yuting frowned. "That's right. This is the second thing that I can't understand. If it was anyone else, they would be shocked." The son of the Sky Patrol Minister couple actually didn't have martial talent at all. This was an inconceivable thing. Two peak experts giving birth to a normal person? Then, Xiao Duo started to have weird dreams. We heard him talk about it several times. He said that in his dream, the stars exploded and the continent shattered. Do you still remember? Zhuo Changlu's voice was heavy. Wu Yuting faintly guessed why Zhuo Zhonglu had brought up the old matter again. Her mind was filled with shock, and she was at a loss of what to do. Her face was deathly pale. You mean? These things were a long time ago. However, how could Zhuo Changlu and his wife's memories be the same as normal people's? There wouldn't be any problems, even if they remembered every detail. They even remembered that Zhuo Xiaoduo's face was conflicted and filled with fear. His little face was nervous. "Dad, Mom, I had a dream. But at that time, even the couple didn't think too much about it. It was just a dream of a newborn child. What was it worth? But now that they thought about it, They couldn't help but feel a chill down their spines. The couple looked at each other in a daze and found that the other party looked as if they had been struck by lightning. The reason we transformed into the mundane world is to contain the flood, but more importantly, we are looking for the treasure. Think about it. In the ancient legend, the Phoenix Cry Mountain, and Little Nien, the Phoenix Meridian Soul. Zhujianglu took a deep breath. Does this count as another form of Phoenix Cry Qishan? Wu Yuding was obviously confused. But the Phoenix Cry Mountain is not in Phoenix City. Why is your brain like this? So Changlu rolled his eyes and said, why is it in the Phoenix Cry Mountain? Is it because of King Qi? Wu Yuding was stunned. Back then, the Phoenix Cry Mountain unified the world, although it is an ancient legend, but the truth is that first, the Phoenix Cry shocked the world, and then the true dragon dominated the world. Is it? According to what you said, it does make sense. But, no buts. So what Changlu quickly said, now we just need to follow my inference and keep deducing. See if it makes sense, and if it makes sense. Okay, do you still remember? When Xiao Duo was 16 years old, he woke up one night from a dream, and suddenly there was a broken jade pendant in front of his chest. Do you still remember? Of course I remember. But I always thought that this kid wanted to make us believe in his dream, so he deliberately made that thing. Wu Yuding was confused. We've all checked that thing. It's a very ordinary thing. At first I thought so too, but now. Zhuo Changlu sighed. When he can cultivate in the future, he won't have that thing anymore. Wu Yuding said, I asked him once, where is the ancient jade you used to pretend to be a ghost? In the end, he said it melted. Wu Yuding smiled, but her smile suddenly froze. It melted. Zhuo Changlu smiled bitterly. It should have really melted. Now that the demon race is about to return, I suddenly remembered Xiao Duo's strange dream. Because we still have to find the legendary plate of creation. So Changlu smiled bitterly and said, this idea has been swirling in my mind, but it never took shape. But tonight, when I came back, I inadvertently glanced at the crescent moon in the sky. It suddenly reminded me of something. Although he had added a space barrier, Changlu suddenly lowered his voice. Do you think? The thing on Xiao Duo's neck. Could it be? What is it? Wu Yuding stopped breathing. Could it be? Zhuo Changlu took a deep breath. The plate of creation? Bang! Wu Yuding stood up in shock, but accidentally kicked the chair over. Then, Xiao Duo inexplicably learned the art of physiognomy, and even had the attainment of the art of physiognomy. Many things before this have confirmed the existence of physiognomy and the authenticity of this supernatural power. So what Changlu said with a serious expression, don't tell me you don't know, in the ancient legends, that old man. What kind of methods did he use to start his business? Wu Yuding sucked in a breath of cold air, and her eyes widened. She moaned, physiognomy, fortune-telling, feng shui. Thinking of this, Wu Yuding's body stiffened. She took a few steps back and sat on the bed unconsciously. I really admire myself. After 3 million words, a corner of the pit buried in the first chapter has only begun to be uncovered. It's simply awesome, class. Such an author is simply too awesome. Admirable. Chapter 734. Both of them were silent for a moment. Wu Yuding felt as if the starry sky and the universe were crumbling in front of her. Her thoughts turned into boundless fragments, and she did not come back to her senses for a long time. Zhuo Changlu's expression was solemn. After thinking for a while, he said word by word, looking back at our son, he may not have no aptitude. It's just that for some reason his talent was hidden. Otherwise, how could he suddenly become a genius at the age of 17? He entered the path of cultivation, and his cultivation improved by leaps and bounds. Once he started, he could not be stopped. Then, the reason why his talent was hidden is already obvious. Wu Yuding's soul had obviously been shaken by this series of news. She sat on the edge of the bed in a daze. She no longer had the ability to think. She could only ask passively, amaze the world with a single brilliant feat, soar to the sky with a single leap. You mean? Do you still remember, In the ancient legends, how old was the old man when he left the mountain? Zhuo Changlu asked. 70, Wu Yuting murmured. Suddenly, her eyes turned. The legends say 70, and Xiao Duo was 17. Could there be a story behind this? Zhuo Changlu's expression was also very interesting. It's hard to say if there's a connection. That old man left the mountain at 70. From then on, he soared to the sky. As for little Duo, he indeed started to soar into the sky at the age of 17. His momentum was so great that it was like, Zhuo Changlu thought for a while, and still used a modern analogy. Like a rocket suddenly shot up. Wu Yuting was stunned for a long time. She murmured, You mean, in fact, all of this is because our son inherited King Qi's legacy? Zhuo Changlu laughed and said, King Qi's legacy? Maybe that physiognomy was passed down from King Qi. But King Qi's legacy may not have been passed down from King Qi, right? At the very least, the legendary King Qi did not have Xiao Duo's martial aptitude. Wu Yuting stared blankly for a moment before she understood. That's right. The key point is that this kid is still muddle-headed and doesn't know anything. As for me, I've been thinking about some things over the past few days because of the Demon Clan's sudden appearance. That's why I thought of all this. But to be able to connect all these things together, other than me, even you might not be able to do it. Is what Changlu said, but at least in my opinion, this feeling is very reliable. Wu Yuting took a deep breath. Her eyes sparkled as she said, If that's the case, won't my son be so awesome in the future? Zhuo Changlu covered Wu Yuting's mouth. You and I know about this. That's enough. Wu Yuting mumbled and broke free from Zhuo Changlu's grip. She rolled her eyes and said, Do you think I don't know what's important? Do you think I can't keep it a secret? I care more about my son than you do. Zhuo Changlu chuckled. Wu Yuting suddenly felt dissatisfied. She murmured, If that's the case, won't the old flood benefit for nothing in the future? Zhuo Changlu burst into laughter. He understood what his wife meant. If their conjecture was true, then how much luck would such a person have on him? Perhaps he was the only person in the world who could do that. However, the bearer of such luck had a real godfather. One could imagine how much benefit the Great Flood Sorcerer would gain when the luck returned to the Great Flood Sorcerer. That's not a big deal. Don't forget that we are his real parents. And Yin, Flood is not destined to be in the top 3. Zhuo Changlu laughed. Wu Yuting also smiled, but she still felt excited and couldn't calm down for a while. By the way, there's one more thing. It's about the Tower of Annihilation. Zhuo Changlu suddenly showed up a Tower of Annihilation in his hand. It looked exactly the same as the ones which Xiao Duo had. Why did you bring this thing here? No. Wu Yuting was confused. This fragrance, is it from the cloud? Yes. Zhuo Changlu said, according to Xiao Duo's method of putting the Astral Soul's jade powder in it. I put some in. Then he pulled Wu Yuting into the Tower of Annihilation. Look, Wu Yuting's eyes were suddenly fixed on it. On the bare floor of the Tower of Annihilation, a pile of Astral Soul's jade powder was quietly piled up there. It didn't work? Wu Yuting was shocked. Yes. Zhuo Changlu sighed. It seems that this thing can only work and be meaningful in Xiao Duo's hands. Because there's something else in his tower, or rather, something that can take effect and make it work. Wu Yuting nodded and didn't ask what that something else was. She knew Zhuo Changlu well. Since he'd already said so much, if he still didn't say anything, it meant that he didn't want to say anything. Even if she was Xiao Duo's biological mother, he wouldn't say anything. This was enough to show just how secretive that thing was. And once it was leaked, how dangerous would it be? Will the Tower of Annihilation be snatched away by someone? Wu Yuting was a little worried. No, it won't. Zhuo Changlu said lightly. That thing should only recognize Xiao Duo. Even if it's snatched away, no one can use it, so it benefits. Wu Yuting's eyes widened. When Zhuo Changlu said this, Wu Yuting instantly knew what it was, but she didn't say it out loud. This is really a great fortune. Wu Yuting was proud. My son is amazing. Zhuo Changlu smiled bitterly. Yes, your son is really amazing. Also, now that we're cultivating in his Tower of Annihilation, the flow of time inside is 30 times faster than outside. And, according to Xiao Duo, this time period can be even longer. So Changlu said deeply, I can see what Xiao Duo is hesitating about now. He can let you, me, and Xiao Duo use such a treasure. This is no problem at all for Xiao Duo. But Xiao Duo is still hesitating. Zhuo Changlu turned his head and smiled bitterly. Young people also want to improve with their friends, right? Wu Yuding, of course, understood. But faced with this problem, even the husband and wife found it difficult to choose. Logically speaking, this kind of treasure is more dangerous the more people know. It's best if you, me, and even Xiao Nian don't know about it. Zhuo Changlu said, but Xiao Duo. This child, on the surface, he's stingy, but Wu Yuding was also troubled. We can't persuade him to be selfish, but the more people know, the more dangerous it is. Zhuo Changlu sighed and said, we can only limit it. For example, before he ascends? After all, during this period of time, his strength is indescribable. He could be easily killed. That's good. When that time comes, it'll depend on his own fate. Wu Yuding nodded in agreement. In fact, in her heart, it was best if only Zhuo Xiaoduo used it. That was the safest way. Yes, as a mother, she was so selfish. Moreover, the hidden danger was so great. Then it settled. Zhuo Changlu let out a long sigh of relief. I feel that my guess is not far from the truth. Zhuo Changlu said word by word. After this parent-teacher conference, we'll return to Phoenix City and try again. If we still can't find it, then we'll go back immediately. We can't delay any longer. Wu Yuding nodded. Okay, we've already reached the great perfection realm. I feel that there's no point in staying any longer. After the two finished their discussion, they both felt a surge of anger in their hearts, surging up and down. For a moment, they couldn't contain it. If Xiao Duo really has this kind of fate, this kind of luck, and our guess is right, then we're equal to Xiao Duo's guardians. Zhuo Changlu looked at his wife warmly, his eyes gentle but firm. Wu Yuding smiled faintly and said calmly, what can I do for my son? Zhuo Zhonglu burst into laughter. At this moment, the husband and wife had the same thought. Such great luck must involve great karma, great danger, and great disaster. In the process of their rise, they would inevitably be accompanied by countless storms of blood, countless fierce battles, and countless deaths, that countless people's corpses could pave the way to heaven. It was impossible to not have sacrifices on such a road. The Umno Alliance, the Tao League, the Demon League that was about to return, and the other continents that had no news, these were destined to be strong enemies on the road in the future. When a general succeeded, there would be mountains of bones, let alone this kind of heavenly transportation. Such a son of destiny would definitely have countless protectors. As for the husband and wife, because of their relationship, they would bear the brunt of it. The son of providence, the heavenly calamity star. This saying was never nonsense. There were too many dangers to face. What can I sacrifice for my son? This sentence had already explained everything clearly and clearly. Even if I'm not a guardian, he's still my son. What kind of guardian could be more reliable than us, parents? Zhuo Changlu stood up and waved his hand. He removed the space barrier and opened the window completely. The husband and wife stood at the window at the same time. Gusts of night wind blew in, causing their hair and clothes to flutter. Dad! Mom! Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaonian's voices came from outside. The two of them had come out of seclusion. The husband and wife looked at each other, and there was a smile in their eyes. Don't let him notice the abnormality in the room. Wu Yuding reminded them with her eyes. Got it. Zhuo Changlu opened the door and frowned. He pretended to be unhappy and said, What are you shouting for? Do you know what time it is? Zhuo Xiaonian was surprised and doubtful. There was no aura in your room, just now. What happened? Zhuo Xiaoduo was also suspicious. Yeah, there was no one just now. I almost couldn't write it. Please vote. What nonsense are you talking about? Are your mom and I not human? Zhuo Changlu's face darkened, and he retorted, I think the two of you just got engaged and are getting carried away, right? Your mom and I were clearly in the room. How can you say there was no one? Zhuo Xiaonian, Zhuo Xiaoduo. The two of you, huh? Don't you see your parents as human anymore? Zhuo Xiaonian was shocked by Zhuo Chonglu's fierce tone. She instinctively cowered and hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry, Dad. I didn't see clearly. Chapter 735. Zhuo Chonglu snorted and looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo. He finally managed to scold one of them. Zhuo Xiaoduo instinctively felt that his father was trying to put up a strong front. It was obvious that he wanted to scold both of them before changing the topic. However, Zhuo Xiaonian was already scared. Zhuo Xiaoduo, who had always followed his wife's lead, could only follow suit. I was wrong, Dad. Are the two of you done cultivating? Zhuo Chonglu snorted and put his hands behind his back. What's your current level? Did you make any progress? Dad, I'm now at the mid-stage of the cloud transformation realm. I'm about to advance. Zhuo Xiaonian lowered her eyebrows and smiled. Dad, I'm at the inner core realm. Before Zhuo Xiaoduo could finish his words, a feeling of boredom welled up within him. He felt as if he had fucked a dog. Nian Mao had just said that she was at the mid-stage of the cloud transformation realm and was about to advance. If he excitedly said that she was at the peak of the inner core realm, wouldn't he be exposing his own shortcomings? He couldn't help but feel depressed. He lowered his head and said, Peak of the inner core realm. Cough, cough. I've suppressed it 7 times. Useless. Zhuo Chonglu scolded him. It's been so long. You still can't catch up with your wife? Can't you be a little more useless? You can't even beat your wife. Zhuo Xiaoduo was speechless from the bottom of his heart. Dad, does your conscience hurt when you say that? Your daughter has been cultivating since she was 3 years old. She had a great master to guide her, and then she had many opportunities. Your son has been chasing after her since he was 17 years old. He has only been cultivating for about a year, and he has already reached such a level. Isn't that already very impressive? Especially your daughter, or your daughter-in-law. Don't you know what kind of monstrous genius she is? Since you finished cultivating, why are you still bothering us? Zhuo Chonglu snorted. Hurry up and go back to sleep. After saying that, he chased them away. Hurry up and leave. He slammed the door shut, not giving the two of them a chance to say anything. That angry look on his face made the two of them tremble like cicadas in winter. Zhuo Xiaonian felt uneasy. Dad seems to be really angry. We were really rude just now. Zhuo Xiaoduo rolled his eyes. He thought to himself, Dad is obviously hiding something from us. That's why he's trying to gain the upper hand by showing his strength so that we don't have any room to ask. Nian Mao is really stupid. However, Zhuo Xiaoduo did not reveal the truth. Instead, he put his right hand on Zhuo Xiaonian's slender waist and comforted her. It's okay. Dad will be angry for a while. Let's go to my room and talk. Don't be afraid. I'm here for you. Zhuo Xiaonian was still flustered and instinctively leaned into his arms. But why is Dad so angry? Zhuo Xiaoduo hugged Zhuo Xiaonian and walked slowly to his room. He frowned and sighed. Dad's temper is like this. He goes crazy for no reason. He yells every day. Why is he yelling? Dad's thoughts are too serious. After all, we are his son and daughter-in-law. How can he yell at us? It's really hard for Mom to tolerate him for so many years. Don't worry. I'll ask Mom to scold him tomorrow. Zhuo Xiaonian nodded and said worriedly, Then you tell Mom tomorrow. Don't worry, don't worry. I'm here for you. Zhuo Xiaoduo was calm and confident as the head of the family. He quietly opened the door and walked in with Zhuo Xiaonian. He closed the door gently with his foot. He could not alarm them. Zhuo Xiaonian pursed her lips. When did I say that Mom and Dad are inhumane? I think I didn't say that. She was thinking, still in shock, and felt wronged. I really didn't say that. What went wrong? Hey, it's not a big deal. So Xiaoduo moved closer to her and said, It's not a big deal. Look at how scared you are. Come, let me wipe your tears for you. Zhuo Xiaonian wanted to say, I'm not crying. Why do I need you to wipe my tears? A warm hand touched her face and wiped the corner of her eyes. Then it stopped on her face. 2 fingers rubbed Zhuo Xiaonian's soft earlobe. Zhuo Xiaonian was startled and raised her head. Just as she raised her bright and beautiful eyes, she felt her vision go dark. Zwishaoduo's face suddenly enlarged, and then it turned black. 2 lips were already on his own lips. Oh, goo. Duh. Zwishaoyan was at a loss and couldn't help but close his eyes. Then he remembered that he needed to struggle a bit to make his stand clear, so he hurriedly tried to push him away, but he was already held tightly by Zwishaoduo. She couldn't push him away. Her cherry lips were blocked, and a strange feeling came to her heart. She was stunned and didn't know what was going on after a long time. Ouch! Hiss! Zwishaoduo screamed and jumped back. He stuck out his tongue and was bitten by Zwishaoyan. This guy was so pleased with himself that he felt that Zwishaoyan didn't resist. Then his hand slid under Zwishaoyan's clothes like snakes. Zwishaoyan felt that her chest was attacked. She suddenly remembered what Wu Yuding said and became anxious. Her teeth fell out. Hiss! Zwishaoduo kept sticking out his tongue. Zwishaoyan was on the opposite side, leaning on the bed, panting heavily. His face was flushed red, and he seemed to have lost all his strength. Zwishaoduo stuck out his tongue for a long time. He shouted exaggeratedly in pain and observed her sneakily after a long time. Zwishaoyan didn't come up to comfort him. He felt bored and had to use his chi to recover. He walked slowly to Zwishaoyan and said, "Why did you bite me?" Zwishaoyan blushed. "Who told you to be dishonest? This is still a light punishment. Believe it or not, I will freeze you." "When was I not honest?" Zwishaoyan said angrily. "Then you touched my front. Did I?" Zwishaoduo looked at his hand in surprise. "I didn't feel anything." "You." Zwishaoyan turned away angrily and said, "If you do this again, I will tell Mom to cancel the engagement." "I won't do it again. Swear." "I swear I won't do it again." Zwishaoyan's heart was beating fast. She snorted and said after a long time, "Does your tongue still hurt?" Zwishaoduo felt wronged. He hissed and leaned over. Look at this bite mark." Hiss. Zwishaoyan looked at it seriously. "No. Where?" Suddenly, she made a sound. Her soul was floating. Another long time passed. Zwishaoyan lay on the bed. She was drunk and dizzy as if she was dreaming. She breathed heavily and scolded weakly. "Bad guy." Zwishaoduo lay beside her and laughed. "I didn't expect a kiss to be so good. TSK, TSK. He smacked his lips and seemed to be savoring the taste. Zwishaoyan snorted and rolled her eyes. She tried to move away, but he pressed himself against her again. However, although she was embarrassed to say what Zwishaoduo said, she agreed with him in her heart. She didn't expect that just a mouth-to-mouth kiss would make her weak all over, and her soul was floating in the clouds. Zwishaoyan felt that if she stood up now, she might not be able to stand steadily. Zwishaoduo smacked his lips and said with a smirk, "No wonder all the single men are crying and begging to find a wife. Li Chenglong, that guy, only one day, is already addicted to the taste. It turns out that this taste is so addictive. It's really wonderful. It's a pity that I can't touch it." Zwishaoyan tried her best to snort. She wanted to snort out the taste that was usually as cold as ice. However, she didn't expect that the sound she made was just like a kitten's purr. She felt Zwishaoduo get up again. Zwishaoyan hurriedly blocked him and said sternly, "Bastard, this is the best we can do. If you want a yard after taking an inch, I will tell Mom." Zwishaoduo nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice. "Don't worry, I promise with my integrity." He thought to himself, "I don't dare to take another step. At most, I'll just touch it. Sigh. Sky Surrealm. What did Zwishaoyan say just now? This is the best they can do? This is the best they can do? Does that mean kissing has become a daily activity? Oh, kiss me. No, just one kiss. No, just one kiss. No, MMM. 2 hours had passed since they made love, and they felt that there was not enough time. Hence, the two returned to the Tower of Annihilation. "Let's eat first. Let's eat the 9 heavens spring water first." Zwishaoyan panted and pushed Zwishaoduo to the side. "But I still have to wait a few days." Zwishaoduo expressed his grievance. "Why do you still have to wait?" Zwishaoyan was a little puzzled. "Of course I have to wait," Zwishaoduo said. I've only suppressed it 7 times. I'm planning to break through to the nascent soul realm when I can't suppress it anymore. Then what are you waiting for? Zhuoxianyan urged. Hurry up and cultivate. After I drink the spring water, I have to start cultivating too. Dad said that the spring water will burn the impurities in the spiritual source. I have to seize the opportunity to improve. I don't want to drop a level. That's not good. Actually, you can wait until Huayan breaks through to the God-reigning realm. When you can't suppress it anymore, the effect might be better. Zhuoxiaoduo suggested. But the time period is too long. Zhuoxianyan was a little hesitant. I only took a month's leave. I can't stay here for too long. A month's leave? You see, the flow of time in our space is 1/30th of the outside world. It's estimated that in a few days, it will be equivalent to 40 days in the outside world. In the future, you can practice more here. Well, the two of us should practice more here. You took a month's leave, and now it's only been 3 days. 27 days. 27 days. In real time, it's a full 27 months. There's still plenty of time in 2 years. Can't you reach the God-reigning realm with more than 2 years of free time? Zhuoxiaoduo's tongue was like a reed, moving with emotion and reasoning. Chapter 736. Zhuoxianyan thought about it and realized that Zhuoxiaoduo's words made a lot of sense. With her current cultivation progress and Zhuoxiaoduo's tower destruction, she would be able to break through the level of God reigning soon. If that happened, plus, she could spend more time with the puppy this way. It does make sense. Zhuoxianyan agreed. She was only thinking about the problem of cultivating in the Tower of Annihilation. She did not realize that cultivating in the tower for more than 20 days was equivalent to being alone with Zhuoxiaoduo for more than 2 years. Almost 3 years. This was a huge problem. This was a serious problem. Or maybe she thought about it, but she did not care at all. Shouldn't she do something with her husband? But on the surface, she still had to guard against it. Zhuoxiaoduo was overjoyed. Then it's a deal. Okay, it's a deal. Zhuoxianyan nodded. Since it makes sense, it's a deal. Shouldn't you reward me? What kind of reward? Kiss kiss. Zhuoxiaoduo pouted. That won't do. Zhuoxianyan looked around sneakily. We are in the Tower of Destruction. What are you afraid of? I'm not afraid. I'm just. Since you're not afraid. After a long time, Zhuoxianyan struggled. Your hand. Don't. Move. I didn't touch your chest. You. After a long time, Zhuoxianyan screamed and pushed Zhuoxiaoduo away. She ran into the cultivation room with a red face. After she went in, her heart was still pounding. Damn it now. Bad, perverted. And now, he is not afraid of me. What should I do? Zhuoxianyan fell into a long dream-like contemplation outside the cultivation room. Zhuoxiaoduo stuck out his tongue and licked his lips as he chuckled a few times. That was great. Roar. Apart from the joy in his heart, there was also endless regret. It was a pity that he could not destroy Yin Yin Cat's perfect physique. If his mother had not said those words. According to the mysterious time of the Tower of Annihilation, when Mom and Dad leave, they'll probably let them carry their grandsons away the next day. Zhuoxiaoduo woke up early in the morning. She had no choice. She still had to go to school. She couldn't possibly stop going to school just because her parents were here. Zhuoxianyan stayed in the Tower of Annihilation and continued to practice, striving to reach the peak of Huayan realm as soon as possible. Mom, I'm going to school. Yin Yin is practicing in the Tower of Annihilation. I think she'll be out soon, Zhuoxiaoduo said and left with Li Chenglong. In the Tower of Annihilation, Zhuoxianyan's face was flushed red. This brat, when he was about to go to school, he still humph. She pouted and took out a mirror. She was speechless for a long time. Her lips were swollen. Bastard. She had to wait for a while before going out. However, after staying in the Tower of Annihilation for such a long time, he did it. Other than kissing and hugging, he did not do anything else. He did not let her cross the line again. Thinking of this, she felt a sense of accomplishment. Puppy, you're no match for me. Zhuoxianyan pouted and looked arrogant. She did not know that Zhuoxiaoduo had made a thunderous move at the beginning, and then caused Zhuoxianyan to be on her guard. In the end, he only stopped at kissing and hugging. It was because Zhuo Xiaoduo's fixed goal was to do this. That was all. First, he scared you, making it clear that his goal was to go straight to the root of the problem. Then, he pulled back step by step, making you feel that he had kept his bottom line by only kissing and hugging. Moreover, there was a faint uneasiness about whether he would be angry if she rejected him too much. However, the actual result of the battle was that Zhuo Xiaoduo broke through 2 lines of defense in one fell swoop. Zhuo Xiaoduo was clear about the mystery of this, but Zhuo Xiaoyan was confused and passive. When they left the Tower of Annihilation and chatted with Wu Yuding, Zhuo Xiaoyan was still shy, but proudly talked about her record of guarding to the death. Wu Yuding, who understood the whole process, was speechless and covered her forehead. "Daughter, you're so stupid. You've almost lost everything, but you're still so proud. I really don't understand where you get this proud face from." However, this was after all a private matter between the two of them. She could only sigh speechlessly. "All right, as long as you're happy." Fortunately, Xiao Duo could hold himself back, otherwise. Sigh. Wu Yuding was speechless as she thought about it. If he hadn't given Xiao Duo a heads up, Xiao Yin, this silly girl, would have been tricked by Xiao Duo all the way until she got pregnant. She even felt like he was guarding against it. However, the one who benefited was her son, so Wu Yuding wisely chose not to remind her, as long as you're happy. So Xiaoyan smiled happily. "Mom, don't worry. With his cultivation level, he can't take advantage of me." Wu Yuding's mouth twitched. Except for the last step, didn't he take advantage of everything? "If I hadn't warned him in advance, I'm afraid you would be pregnant now, my silly daughter." Sigh. "My son is so lucky to have met such a silly girl." However, thinking that this silly girl was raised and trained by her, Wu Yuding was speechless. "Is there something wrong with my way of teaching?" And as she suddenly remembered that when she was young, she seemed to have been tricked by Zhuo Changlu like this. Wu Yuding couldn't laugh anymore. After breakfast, Wu Yuding casually found an excuse to have a big fight with Zhuo Changlu. Zhuo Zhanglu was at a loss. His heart was filled with grievances. "What's wrong? How am I a hooligan?" At this moment, Zhuo Changlu was almost oppressed to death. "I was scolded for no reason. Am I shameless?" In fact, Wu Yuding definitely wronged Zhuo Changlu. Because when a man and a woman were in a relationship, perhaps at the beginning of the relationship, the woman was sensitive and the man was slow. This was more than 99% of the time. However, after the relationship was confirmed, the situation of the two sides completely changed. At this stage, it was basically the man who moved forward bravely, using all his intelligence and wisdom, pressing forward step by step, and actively launching an attack. Some people could even think of countless tricks, and even many single people's lifetime wisdom exploded at this moment. It was to go one step further, to directly attack the root of the problem, and to lead to a secluded place. At this time, the woman would often fall into passive defense without exception. However, no matter how hard she defended, or even resisted, in the end, the man would get what he wanted. There were few exceptions. Of course, after the final goal was achieved, it was often the beginning of another story. This was not the underwater story. After breakfast, Zhuo Xiaoyan continued to practice, and Zhuo Changlu went to the balcony to read and drink tea gloomily. Wu Yuding cleaned up as usual and went to Zhuo Changlu to lie down on the deck chair next to him. Her son took advantage of her, her daughter was happy, and her husband was scolded by her to vent her anger. Comfortable, not on the way to school. Li Chenglong was grinning all the way. They got engaged last night. I, the leader of the Iron and Steel Order, have a wife now. Zhuo Xiaoduo, on the other hand, had a face full of reminiscence and a silly smile. The feeling last night was really wonderful. There is no need to be envious that Swollen was one step ahead of him. Therefore, the two of them entered the Hidden Dragon High School with silly smiles on their faces. When they arrived at Class 1, the silly smile on their faces was still there. "Oh, the groom is here!" Someone shouted, and the whole class cheered, laughing, shouting, and jumping. Xiang Bing had arrived early, wearing a snow-white Hidden Dragon High School martial arts suit. When she saw Li Chenglong enter, she suddenly lowered her head with a flushed face. The courage she had the night before had disappeared without a trace. Li Chenglong greeted his classmates with a silly smile. His usual calm and wisdom were all gone. He actually greeted Xiang Bing with a silly smile. "I see, Egg. Did you sleep well last night?" The whole class burst into laughter, and Xiang Bing's face was as red as a monkey's, but Li Chenglong had a silly smile on his face. He was actually still waiting for an answer. "Idiot!" Xiang Bing was embarrassed and angry. She lay on the table and pretended to be a dead dog, refusing to raise her head. Zhou Xiaoduo, on the other hand, was quick-witted. He hurriedly put away his silly smile. He was lucky enough to see Li Chenglong's silly expression during the heckling just now, so he instantly adjusted his state of mind. The whole class cheered, asking Li Chenglong to talk about his feelings about the engagement. One Xingtian, who had already arrived, looked at them with a smile and did not stop them. Li Chenglong first refused, and then said, "I don't think so." When everyone heard this, they were a little relieved, and so the cheering became even louder. Li Chenglong had no choice but to walk up to the podium and say, "Since everyone is so curious, I will talk about my love experience." Shoo! The audience was booed. "Li Chenglong, how dare you say that? What love experience do you have?" If Xiang Bing did not take the initiative, you would still be the Iron Order's leader. Now you want to talk about your love experience so openly? Where's your face? Your so-called love experience is to grab your future wife and beat her to death, right? Actually, I didn't think about it first, but the afternoon before yesterday. Li Chenglong began his lecture. He was indeed very happy. His heart was full of sweetness, and he wanted to share his happiness with his classmates. However, Xiang Bing was anxious when she heard this. This idiot would not say anything, would he? Therefore, she did not care about her embarrassment and rushed up, saying, "Let me say it." Then, she pushed Li Chenglong down. Although her face was red, her actions were not ambiguous at all. The whole class laughed. "Xiang Bing, what do you want to say?" Everyone knew that something must have happened that night. Otherwise, they would not have gotten engaged so quickly. Moreover, if something had happened, everyone was sure that Xiang Bing was the one who initiated it. Today, when they saw the performance of this pair of husband and wife, everyone felt that their guess was right. Xiang Bing stood on the podium, her face flushed red. Seeing that she had calmed down, she took a deep breath and said loudly, "I didn't want to come up, but this guy is muddle-headed in this aspect. I'm afraid that he won't say what he should say and will say what he shouldn't say. So I had to stand up." Chapter 737. There was another round of laughter. Xiang Bing blushed and said, "Actually, it's nothing much. It's just a small matter from the beginning to the end. Everyone can guess the reason. Yes, yesterday Li Chenglong and I got engaged." At this point, her face suddenly became serious. She puffed out her chest and said loudly, "So, from today onwards, Li Chenglong is a married man, and I, Xiang Bing, am a married woman. In the future, if anyone wants to take advantage of me, you'll have to find someone else. To all those who liked me before, I can only say, please find another good match. To all those who liked Li Chenglong before, I can only say that he has a wife, and his wife is very jealous, so jealous that she can use a knife. I'm a person of action. When I can use my hands, I won't use my mouth. Today, I've already said it. If anyone offends me, don't blame me for not warning you." Xiang Bing finished speaking. Although her face was still red, her overall performance was natural and unrestrained. She said everything. "Everyone, please give us your blessings." "Thank you. We'll accept your blessings and be grateful. As for other emotional disturbances, don't blame us for being rude. Please give us your blessings and don't disturb our happiness." "Thank you." Xiang Bing bowed and immediately left the stage valiantly. The whole class applauded like thunder. Even when Xingtian's eyes were full of admiration, Xiang Bing was very straightforward. I'm engaged with him. From now on, I'm his and he's mine. No one, no matter what happened in the past, from now on, they can forget about it. We'll accept all blessings and reject all competition. We'll hate it. If anyone dares to cross the line, I'll take action. The meaning was clear and unmistakable. In fact, whether it was Li Chenglong or Xiang Bing, there were many people who liked them among the new students of the Hidden Dragon High School, including Zhuo Xiaoduo. Although Zhuo Xiaoduo looked despicable and sometimes acted in an unconventional manner, he was indeed an influential figure in this year's Hidden Dragon High School. He was young and had a lot of money. He was the #1 genius and had a bright future ahead of him. Among all the new female students in the Hidden Dragon High School, other than those who already had someone in their heart, Zhuo Xiaoduo only needed to ask, "Are you willing to be my girlfriend?" More than half of the people would agree on the spot. Anyone could see that although Zhuo Xiaoduo was despicable, this man was absolutely reliable, absolutely safe, and definitely had great potential. Moreover, being with Zhuo Xiaoduo was much less likely than being with someone else. Because she was too afraid of death, Li Chenglong was the same. He might be slightly inferior to Zhuo Xiaoduo, and he wasn't as handsome as Zhuo Xiaoduo, but his strength was obvious to all. His usual calmness and wisdom were also bonus points. Even the title of Iron and Steel Hierarch was a bonus point for him, and it wasn't just a little bit. All the girls knew in their hearts that although this kind of man was made of iron and steel, if they were to choose a husband to be their lover for life, this kind of man was actually 108,000 times better than those handsome men who knew how to play and coax girls. This kind of man was definitely the kind of man who was on the verge of extinction. He was definitely the kind of man who would be cherished and treasured for life. There were really many girls who had their eyes on Li Chenglong. They might not even be fewer than Zhuo Xiaoduo. Xiang Bing herself was an extremely outstanding beauty. She was taller than the average girl by a head and had a valiant and formidable aura. There were also many who had a crush on Xiang Bing. However, Xiang Bing's words today blocked all of them. It was so tight that there wasn't a single gap left. At this point, if anyone were to chase after me, they would be ruining my happiness. I don't care how much you love me or how sincere you are, but if you destroy my happiness, then you are my mortal enemy. So what if I kill you directly? You're using your so-called love to make us quarrel every day? You fucker. What's the meaning of your love? Xiang Bing didn't say these harsh words clearly, but her attitude was clear as day. When Xingtian stood on the podium and looked at Xiang Bing with a smile and appreciation, he said, "I agree with Xiang Bing's words." She said it with sincerity and revealed her true feelings. I hope that all of you can learn from Xiang Bing. Even if you can't love and hate like her, once you fall in love, once you set your mind to it, you will never waver again. I also have to praise Zhuo Xiaoduo here. If you have someone in your heart, you won't be tempted by 1,000 flowers. This is also a kind of integrity. Although Zhuo Xiaoduo is so despicable that it makes people want to beat him up, he's still better than those who change their minds at the sight of different things. When Xingtian praised, although he's still a despicable person, the slightly heavy atmosphere in the class disappeared in an instant. Zhuo Xiaoduo said with a bitter face, "Teacher One, you praise me. Praise me well." When Xingtian glanced at him, "Okay, to reward you, I will wait for you at the martial arts field. I will praise you if you put in effort." He led the students out. 10 days passed in a flash. In the blink of an eye, it was the big day of the Hidden Dragon High School's parent-teacher conference. It was also the main purpose of Father and Mother's trip. However, there were some changes. Just 8 days ago, which was the day of Li Chenglong's engagement, Department Head Ding called and said that someone wanted to watch, and there were some other things that needed to be changed. Hearing this sudden news, Yi Changqing only felt waves of headache. What are you, the higher-ups, up to now? Why do you only want to bring disaster to our Hidden Dragon High School? Especially when he remembered Department Head Ding's clear words. Due to the importance of this matter, in order to hide, as much as possible, this parent-teacher conference, as well as the Hidden Dragon High School students going to the front line, had been arranged by the Department of Martial Arts. The 10 most popular singers in the Astral Souls mainland would be present together and perform live. At that time, the whole Fenghai city and even all the families of martyrs in the surrounding areas would be invited to watch the ceremony. Moreover, each of them would be given a small gift. Therefore, in this aspect, the Hidden Dragon High School had to take care of it. The expenses needed to be reimbursed by a list. There was no limit. However, Yi Changqing almost collapsed. You are a high official. You have the final say. However, the most popular singers in the mainland could not be invited by money alone, right? There were also related venues and many other things. Did you think it would be over just by moving your mouth? As for the families of martyrs, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens to inform all of them. However, a high official could suppress people to death. Principal Yi had no choice but to work. First, he went to contact the venue. Only then did he know that the largest venue in Fenghai City, the largest indoor stadium, had been vacated. Over there, they were already preparing for the concert. And Star Shield, the Security Bureau, and the Cultural and Education Bureau had already issued the notice. Even some families of martyrs who live far away had already started to make their way here. Hearing the above good news, Yi Changqing was slightly relieved and did not have so much resentment. However, when he actually saw the current situation of the target indoor stadium, which had been completely transformed into the shape of an aerial karaoke hall, Yi Changqing's legs and stomach trembled. Fuck, how much money did this transformation cost? It was just a parent-teacher conference. Was it worth it? Was it really worth it? In the middle was the stage, surrounded by layers of grandstands. The first and second layers only needed to look up slightly to see the central stage clearly. The third and fourth layers were roughly level with the stage, while the fifth, sixth, seventh, and eighth layers needed to be looked down slightly. The view was actually better. If that was all, it would not be surprising. What surprised Yi Changqing was that inside the stadium, there was a faint spatial power rippling. This was a big deal. It could accommodate 1 million people watching the concert at the same time, and everyone was not too far away from each other. Everyone could see everything clearly. The small tables and seats were enough to ensure that a family could have a table. Moreover, there was an extra 70% of the number of tables left for the families of the martyrs. With such a small space, and only the first 20 rows, how could it accommodate so many people? But in fact, it was done. And from the looks of it, it did not feel crowded at all, and there was no awkward feeling of spatial disorder. Which spatial powerhouse is here? After Yi Changqing and the others looked carefully, they were really surprised. Looking around the world, there seemed to be only one person who could achieve this level of spatial power. That was Grand Shaman Dan Kong of the Umno Alliance. But why would Grand Shaman Dan Kong do such a thing? Not to mention that this was the mainland of astral souls. Even if it was the territory of the Umno Alliance, it was just a parent-teacher conference of a high martial arts school. Why would one of the 12 Grand Shamans come here? Could it be that there was a spatial powerhouse with such great attainments in astral souls? Everyone was guessing. But for the students, how could they think so much? Seeing such a grand scene, everyone was smiling from ear to ear. Today was really lively, especially the freshmen of the first and second years. Everyone was jumping with excitement and joy. Such a grand occasion was almost a once-in-a-lifetime event. When they thought of their parents by their side, witnessing this bustling scene together, even many years later, it was still a rare memory. Especially the 2,800 students who were about to go to war for a change of guard. They were even more excited. Everyone knew that this was just a change of guard, and at this time, there was basically no war. Before going, they had watched such a high-level program and reunited with their families. In less than 3 months, they came back again that it was really nothing. It was simply relaxing and enjoyable, the Starlight Mountains. Countless people worked day and night, researching and researching. These people, in the past 10 days, almost did not sleep at all. No matter what, they had to crack the spatial relic in the door as soon as possible. Now, the location of the door had been completely revealed. Clouds and mist billowed on both sides, and the demonic aura was raging. But no matter how much it billowed, not a trace of demonic aura rushed out. As the cracking continued, the three-party alliance gradually came to the conclusion that the level of this secret realm was frighteningly high. All the famous craftsman families and sects in the 3 continents had sent their elites to study it, but it was like a tiger trying to eat the sky. and there was nowhere to go. Chapter 738. Everyone was extremely helpless and frustrated. They clearly felt that there was a mechanism controlling this place, but they couldn't find the hub. But now, they could even find the stairs in front of the gate. On both sides of the gate were indestructible mountains. The heavenly king of the right slashed his sword hard, but the result was that his sword had a hole in it. Yu Dongtian immediately went to the Flood Witch and said, "My sword can't cut it. Why don't you smash it with your hammer?" The Flood Witch smashed Yu Dongtian with her hammer. The place where Dongwang's bell rang was where Kuan Peng's primordial spirit resided. "You want me to smash it? Who are you kidding? If I could smash it, I would have smashed it open 12 days ago, okay? Can you Dongtian grow a brain? No matter whether I can smash it open or not, the continent of the Demon Alliance, which is wandering in the starry sky, will definitely sense it. It will come true." Bang! A craftsman of the Umno Alliance dug under the gate with his big chisel, but it suddenly slipped open. He couldn't stop it in time, and the chisel cut his thigh. Blood gushed out. However, at this moment, the change that broke the stalemate appeared. The golden gate suddenly became illusory, and a whirlpool appeared. With a soft swoosh, all the blood of the craftsman with the wound on his thigh gushed out from the wound. In a total of half a second, all the blood was absorbed into the gate. In front of the gate, only a shriveled mummy was left. Everyone was shocked when they saw this, and they hurriedly moved aside subconsciously. After the whirlpool finished absorbing the human blood, it slowly shrank back, and the gate turned pink little by little. Yu Dongtian frowned and looked at it thoughtfully. Several great wizards and the 7 swords of Taoism were not far away. Seeing this strange change, they seemed to wake up from a dream. "Blood. To break this gate, we need human blood?" Yu Dongtian's face became very ugly. Human blood was the only thing that could affect the gate. But how much human blood was needed to open the gate? Or rather, how many people would have to die in order to open the door? Most of the people here were astral souls. Yu Xingqian's face darkened. "Xiaohu," the king of Zhuolu, stepped forward. "Here, go and catch some star beasts. Catch more." "All right." The king of Zhuolu, Yin Zhonghu, flashed out. In less than a minute, the king of Zhuolu had returned with multiple astral beasts. He casually chopped off one of the astral beast's heads, causing blood to gush out. But this time, there was no response from the door. He took the head of another soul transformation stage star beast, but there was still no reaction. "It's useless." The Flood Witch shook her head with a serious look in her eyes. Back then, the demon clan ate flesh and blood. It had to be the blood of humans, Wu people, etc. The blood of astral beasts is useless. For the demon clan, astral beasts are low-level demons. Perhaps there are still killings among the middle-level and low-level demons, but high-level demons don't. The Flood Witch looked gloomy. "We have to use human blood," Yu Xingqian said coldly. "Flood, you said it yourself. The demon clan eats flesh and blood, not only humans. Maybe the effect of wizard blood is better." Flood said lightly, "Yu Xingqian, don't measure the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain. The Umno Alliance can do anything, but we won't take advantage of you or break our promises. Let's gather the blood of 15 people from 3 families first. 5 people from each family. Drag them out, kill them, and sacrifice their blood to the gate." Flood's face was cold. "Wait." Bai Yunduo shouted, "Wait." Flood didn't move. The other 10 great wizards turned their heads in unison and looked at Bai Yunduo coldly. "My boss has already said it. Do you dare to disagree? 5 people from each side. It's not unfair." "Whilst you want." Yin Zhonghu and Yu Dongtian flashed and stood in front of Bai Yunduo with their arms crossed. "What are you staring at? Do you want to fight? Come on. I'm not afraid of you." Bai Yunduo separated the two and stepped forward. She said, "Master Flood, I didn't mean to question you when I stopped you. But as far as we know, the blood of humans can affect the gate. We don't necessarily need to sacrifice human lives, or we just need to release more blood. The total HP of the 5 of us can be replaced with 50 people to make up for it, or even 100 people. If the blood of the three families is not enough, we can continue to release blood. In this way, we can get a considerable amount of blood, but no one will die. Bai Yunduo said, since there's a way to not kill people, why should we kill people and add to the sin of killing? Lai Hua and the others still looked cold and hard. They stood in front of Flood and looked at Bai Yunduo coldly. If Flood didn't say anything, they wouldn't retreat. The great Flood, which was stunned for a moment, and then said, I didn't think it through enough. If there's a possibility that no one will die, of course it would be better. All of you back off. When you can use your brain, why do you use your hands? Is there anything else in your brains besides muscles? Lai Hua and the others didn't take it seriously. They smiled and cupped their fists to Yudong Tian and the others before retreating. Ice Hell, which curled her lips. Boss has such a temper. He has always been kind to beautiful women. 1 word, bitch. 2 words, bitch. 4 words, bitch. Halfway through her words, her face suddenly changed. She reached out to cover her mouth like lightning, and her eyes were full of horror. The Flood, which turned around with a black face. With a loud bang, Ice Hell, which was sent flying by a hammer. She hurriedly rushed out to beg for mercy. Boss, I was wrong. As he screamed, he was already several hundred meters away. Lai Hua and his wife Shui Luo were speechless. This cheap mouth and the habit of gloating. How many losses have you suffered in your life? No matter how you change, you can't change it. The other few great witches' shoulders were trembling. This bitch finally got her retribution today. Awesome. Since there was no need to die, everyone naturally prepared very quickly. They were very active. With a call, hundreds of people rushed out to donate blood. 3 large buckets, each weighing 200 pounds, were quickly filled with steaming hot blood. Then, the first bucket of hot blood was carried over and placed in front of the door. With a whoosh, the whirlpool appeared again. Like a whale sucking in water, it sucked away more than half of the blood and suddenly stopped. Visible to the naked eye, the golden door suddenly turned blood red. After a burst of dense fluctuation, the door disappeared. There was only a black hole left in the original place. They didn't even need to use a bucket of blood. The door that couldn't be opened. Everyone looked at the remaining 2 buckets of steaming hot blood. Their eyebrows twitched, and their faces were full of excitement. The Flood Witch's face was also like the bottom of a pot. She had calculated wrongly. At this moment, a strange voice said, TSK, TSK, TSK. With such judgment, you still said that it was the blood of 15 people. Ha ha ha, you slapped your face? Now even 5. Lai Hua and Shui Luo covered their mouths at the same time. Both of their faces changed. Brother-in-law, I beg you to be a human. Isn't it good to live well? The one who spoke was of course the Ice Hell, which had just flown back. When the Ice Hell which said that, her face instantly turned white. She kept on slapping her own mouth. Fuck, I'll slap you to death. You've caused me a disaster. The Flood which walked over with a black face. The corner of her mouth twitched. She shouted, You 2 get out of the way. Lai Hua and his wife hesitated and got out of the way. Shui Luo begged, Boss, his temper has been like this since he was young. He doesn't think before he speaks. He's a fool. This can't be helped. Shui Luo was really about to cry. The Flood Witch looked at the Ice Hell Witch. Her eyes were cold. She shook her head and said, Stand there. The Ice Hell Witch's legs trembled. Boss, I was wrong. Stand there. The Ice Hell Witch stood on a protruding big rock. The mountain wind blew. She was alone in the air, as if she was going to ride the wind. The Flood Witch took a breath and said in a low voice, I'll tell you now. I don't know how much I need. Do you understand? I still don't plan to bleed if it's not enough. Do you understand? The Ice Hell, which was like a little wife who had been wronged. Boss, I understand. My mouth. You don't understand shit. The Flood Witch shouted, Your head is facing the rock on the top of the mountain over there. Get into a good posture and turn around. Be straightforward. The Ice Hell, which turned around hesitantly. Boss, please be merciful. Before she finished speaking, the Flood Witch had already swung her hammer. Like hitting a baseball, she hit the Ice Hell Witch and sent her flying. Like lightning, she crossed 4,567 meters of space. With a boom, She hit the side of the protruding rock on the opposite mountain. A strange voice came from afar. TSK, TSK, you're number one in the world. With this accuracy, you didn't hit. The Flood Witch's face changed. She wanted to fly over, but before she could move, she was hugged tightly by Lai Hua and Shuai Luo. Flood took a step and brought the husband and wife more than 10 meters away. Boss, please spare me. Shuai Luo was crying. It's been so many years. Lai Hua begged. Boss, why don't you hit me with your hammer? Calm down, calm down. Which Dan Kong stood at the side, laughing so hard that his tongue was shaking in his mouth. It's so satisfying, it's so satisfying. Dan Kong, what are you laughing at? The Flood Witch couldn't find the target, so she couldn't vent her anger. She turned her head and saw Dan Kong smiling so brightly. Her face suddenly turned black. Brother, are you so happy to be beaten up? You stand up too. Which Dan Kong's face changed. He looked over in disbelief. What did I do? I didn't do anything. Boss, I was wrong. Stand up. Be straightforward. Dan Kong stood up with a wronged face. Without being urged, he turned his head and aimed at the rock over there. He raised his butt and got into a good postured out bang. Great Witch Dan Kong also flew out like Great Witch Bing Ming. And this time, it was very accurate. It hit the big rock directly, and the rock shattered. The Flood Witch was satisfied. She kept her hammer and began to study the hole that suddenly appeared. Not long after, Dan Kong and the Ice Hell Witch flew back one after another. The Ice Hell Witch had a smile on her face. She had an expression that said, I want to speak. She was full of gloating and was about to spit out. Dan Kong, this bastard, only cared about laughing at me. In the end, he got beaten up himself. Haha. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.